Ojomu obi enu aduane amani wadwen se mfa ho. Obi eyisu ayon e de to niama enyu wadwen se mfa ho. Sector associations na nkasa nyi nkrofo. Ya omo bo policy omo. No mo be wo se enwumra no omo. Omo du sa niama ni nyina. Sa dia we aye nyina so so any insurance companies ni bi akọ apam.
Okay.
Ya na mo we so ka trade before no say. Obi nyame aye wadoma. What you make of niama e bi 100,000, 200,000. Akwa could be 5 million go shop mu no. And who here say obey insurance.
Yeah.
Now your insurance because the janitor abai mukra no ni sika sa mukra so da nko yiza.
O je da ma to sre.
Obenya bre no. Enti mi ma wu su da dem. Enti no yetu ejiram fo no na yetu ejiram afo yetu akura so fo fa. Yenim sa abai no ontimi ye ni na. Eti wu gadi ni no so aduma ho ye no. My insurance from them. Na nyame adom tag so nya insurance company because of numbers in no almost rate ni so amaye ni a so woni ama ye 200,000 and a good dem a afi mu ni nyina wu tia 700 cedis.
Oh, okay.
E tu ntimi nka say wu ni 700 cedis. So when you 700 cedis a more 200,000 o ban a o tra na 200,000 ni nyina ase.
Ase.
Aban wa boa obaba other 500 yama. And yes, I buy in 3 more than no Mukrano or Cockrew or some buffet. 18 years, and go on for say. A Jana to talk to Tono, in as much as Yakatra GP, the home line. Now on the fast before Moncomu. Now Omumra, a good Muna education be on more. Beyond Yakatra members now. We are ready to say no more collaborating. Near such a young call for no. Nani so obi opom wosu a enjisa nya wa wusu yani so yenye insurance no ya ma insurance enye priority
ehun hia
na ye mo yani ma ho ban se be ya yegretri
na afi no from sector associations ni ade no edwabe sen na eja tom afi
de na kenye na mom ye be wura September me last week of August.
Yes.
Any about September meanwhile. It's a mianzon.
Market miensa.
Market mianza. It's over Zongolena. It's a to Zongolena. Maybe 2 days. And then we move to Meduno.
Hey.
Anwa, crack out of the sick as well. So, it's not your cat play and go for the say. Yes, sir. Sika, and it's a order. It's one catcher and a company. Most especially, Omanhene, Jomuno. Funny, you know, blame me now, come out by me assembly. They get the phone of the entity on Kaka. Young to your hopeful. So, one word, I knew Joma, yes, and now Doctor 40 of them. Sana, you did it, and 2% did you with Jom, and that one could feel. Eh, yes, no, mom, a Ghana also. Make you sure what do ye say a gas is also. Make you sure say, acquire your first operating gas, no, offer our coin so. The iron no motor near my cantamanto, on motor near money to Marty Jocasiemu, young young Mufosu for now, on the old tracing, no. Most of them make you sure say, iron no more dumuno. Young to your awful. Young give me fast for bowling in Uncle Cafe, and now assemblies, you know, and now buying. I'm not to say I was here also.
Yeah, it's true. And
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
This is the radio program of the year. Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CND radio program of the year. Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The winner, radio program of the year 2018, I beg your pardon. Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. And then they come, ladies and gentlemen.
The winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the radio program of the year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Well, the host, I don't know who he has not interviewed yet. Congratulations to all of you, the entire team at Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Congratulations to you for emerging the radio program of the year 2020.
Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asunyina tie sa platform media se unya na betna subia na Fabibroni bese it's a privilege and an honor. Na yamu be so part of the reception of this particular platform. Shasi ache and mo so na shasi, and we thank you for maintaining that credibility when it comes to delivery of more program.
The award for the political program of the year radio going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year radio Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
Obi nie, Ekosiisen nie, Bonsu Omanhene sempa, de brane mamba. Obi, som, Oribo, Ekosiisen, wo, Asempa FM, Ekosiisen, Asempa FM.
Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7 Asunyina tie.
Oribo,
Ekosiisen wo, Asempa FM, Ekosiisen wo, Asempa FM. Obi nebalo, obibo, ode Asempa bo.
Ekosiisen nie, Bonsu Omanhene sempa, de brane mamba. Obi, som.
This is a program that I don't miss. You know, it's on radio. It's on Asempa Radio. It's by Obi, our friend Obi. I like this program because Obi has a way of doing the questions. When he's asking his guests the questions, this afternoon I was interviewing Apo and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And when Obi is asking the questions, he has a very innocent way of putting what appears to be a very difficult question. And I think that his interviews always enjoy it. And that 2:00 political program on Asempa is one of my best. Almost every afternoon, I'm watching it.
We wish you well. Thank you so much.
Thank you too. Nyamisha, you are also doing very well. We are also very, very proud of you. Very intelligent journalist. But one-on-one with Obi, as I said, will prepare. So he knows how to pass all kinds of corners to get what he wants. And Koso, sir, we are proud of you.
The Honorable Samuel Okujeto Blakwa and Motene Nkano. Samuel Atachi, Honorable Minister in charge of Works and Housing, Member of Parliament for Ebuakwa South.
It's not count. Yeah, that's time I have that. If I have any aje. Na any man that down never to accommodate so mate. We must say Ghana da wakuma so. Sounds when da makuma so. Yeah. Nti ehwe na Omanhene peja.
Last week book of the Kumasi. Obi my member wa pass you papa. Obi radio on. Say na mudi radio e wa Asempa no. Say radio station kunkra no. Yeah, anke. Na me dey NCA for na do we be am do mo ya. Your radio station kunkra ha. They be a bra benye ska bra. Open kuru bra be say in some Ampamba Soma, such as one to advert to Kwanomoye. Oh, Sunday radio, you will be watching Kumasi and the other Asempa FM here, Sunday Kumasi. And so, in terms of say, Facebook Live me against you. We are more than to Dano, a few my Jamwa, Mafia, radio station Kumasi. Yet the Koma radio station Kumasi, and my member of Kwanomoka. In the airport, me at my Minto, in the open, I mentioned now. The Mr. Media, last most of the time, but so might be a sensor. On one about who don't want to Asempa FM, Apolano, on to Asempa FM. Only I made my Ubi.
Obi. Also Obi. Also Obi because you want
yeah, easy.
But I must commend you for the work you did for Mother Ghana. When you team in 2023. It will amaze you to know. I mean, so from penning for Muti. I don't know if they will want me to put their names out there, but Minima Sofo Ghana, the fathers of the charismatic Pentecostal faith, Muti this platform.
Amen.
And they listen. The last time I met one of them and said, "Oh, Asempa miti, Asempa de wana miti every time, yeah. Miti Obi, he's doing very well." So it just tells you the impact that you are making. It cuts across. I think people appreciate the depth, the dexterity with which you approach your work. Any nimdiania obrasi any nyansa odi ewe juma enye nkwa no producers ne omo kan nyina nti yeda Asempa foase oni management ne omo kan nyina say 2023 by the grace of God you helped us.
Yes.
Mudi nyansa ni nimdie ne nyame adwen through education information amode buy amode boy. Me assure say 2024 by the grace of God, you do even more than you did.
Even more.
You've done great, but we know, sir. I keep telling the people who are around me that there is always a place called up.
Up.
There is always a place called up. No matter where you have reached, there is another place called up. And so you don't have to relent. You don't have to be complacent at all. You are doing well, especially in this election year. Nyame adom ni nyansa eni ne homo Roberts now so to steer most of the conversations right, so that the day or how ni abenini oyeni eni usu ebeba o maini muno nyame befa so na wa calm me every because this is the only nation we have.
Chairman Kujo na said why you say obeba half yafe and I say 6 months.
That's a fair idea. And now, my power, you are say brand and your pigeon.
Yeah.
Because I'm show a picture, be now share time I'll bar for set time I'll be take you over from your mini about a pair of watch. Now, you knew a free more be take you over. So, by a crans and over.
Sure.
And now, over back, I send you do come on, no boss, a jailabi.
Okay.
ECG. That time now water credit now I'm saying commodity and I say now way option. But what the option now the buying? What be picture brand in the highest special place? They say Obi brand and now you be to say no Obi need actually president person kasa no ba. After front person kasa no ba. Ora John Mahama person kasa no ba. NDC 4 person be do chok kontompo kra no dey abefa because Obi brand no e mo ayedin. And now what the best producers and almost to teach na je say onim
almost to no ma
enema na almost to no say konyo chikata omubi e teacher say o te chire sa na e to da bia no wan ko hu kwasitwuma mo na nka bia mo wa say abusumi nsia first na na nka ne wada kra na himrachi ye frem. They say Obi my brand in my they say the best producers in the world. Ewaha. And at the end they say kill na me this na who be abusumi sia. Kill na ya tintinti. Now we just go to Chuma Daruma no wake be ma me CEO, executive chairman. As an producer say change your margin. Can me.
Oh, I say,
indeed, I don't say I did. I'm growing any phrase you near the brand and Ama. I said, you do baby, do you say a Kahumbi? And Papa Abama.
Ekosiisen. Asabni na no. Ekosiisen. Ekosiisen. Dey kan nyina me say Ekosiisen. Ghana for the ni hu na ma ye nyina no Ekosiisen. I think say nkofo a omo tena se nwini program. That inspiration omunya no. Asempa FM. It's about say tiasia ya ye better na se kasa no.
I think that we have to understand the word Ekosiisen. Asam we yin no. And Ekosiisen. The be kan wa yin. The na bonten. Wo a wote konso na chi. The ATM me kasa. Aban mpanimfo. Yin Ekosiisen. Ye wie ni na ekowie. Ewa bobo ano. And this oman na yesom oman na ye chichire. Na ye chichire oman na nyamanyoko na ye chichire. Ene Ekosiisen.
Ernest Yaokomi Kwabena saying
Yami Diobi
Bibi Ekoyi
Yami Adum the Yami Ashe so ama Fiako Asamba betu ye ndie na Yami na wase ye danase na ye daga na fo nyina ase na adofo nso a omonso akosu taye chi ni ade abreni omo hye ye nkran ma ye nso no ya bebumbu e gusu timi ye adwuma ne sane city no kenkane ye party for ne ye party penny for ne so no ye nda omo nyina ase nti mefa akonye so achi amenu anu etia ifi akwetia ne mpate omo nyina akwetia constituency ye chia omo Nkenkane me chairman or friend Alaji Baba Yakubu
constituency chairman
okay but no friend Baba Yanku obi yenda mo so mase esan say whether we come on the show or not it is show no now is one of the impressive shows ewukruma utia won say you are either being educated or informed now ayana me share some of us now you know more personal relationship no me share the team spirit aya modi ye adwuma na it is very very interesting.
Anamizono obi no kwere ba ko fe obutu ko kwa me radio ti bia mbobia o se utim de to e Asempa ena minim se nipa bebre omunu ma Asempa de obutu a bichimato me wo Ghana hanko ade a ebutu a na mo nka me de beto Asempa me wo ni ada pata o na me de beto bo amanane a Ghana time 2 o'clock me de beto
Mendas na mefa kunya oso enchia etifo nyina o mutie Ekosiisen dwumadi no na yebedom so ase because Asempa ya Asempa nyina so efi etifo ene me gigi se ofa Ghana fa na nyina obia radio eda a wuti na adwuma pa maye da be premisa amrenti memsa ma muniyo munne adwuma fo mpenifo nyina
ema Dr. Edward Omane Boama Akwaba doc bokode
obi nyame adom
Fantastic. Congratulations on your new appointment.
Thank you very much. But Obo Humadi, so Obo Humadi, I mean, I say Ekosiisen apart from me on air, Mamintonka. But I'm fine. Check it. What's here for you?
Sure, it's here for you. So, that's it.
Dudu na obi na eba Ekosiisen so a kawo no nke ofufro pa supreme ho a kawo ye el chamano so kan na Ekosiisen so de yero na mposa wo no ese Ekosi inti yebo mabaso yes the good the bad and the ugly obetini na so Ekosiisen na niema miensa na mode ye adwuma eba radio to inform, to educate and entertain. The sana ya mekan ya na mrebi mo bono mo ye program mo political program mo Asante and now come ka station ewo eye gonja enka ye program mo yabonra and na kamu kopie so ewo eye mampusia enka mo ye na yiri program na sisi na mo won kan ide Gaman Ekosiisen
sorry that's
nice one.
And the beginning kasa ye ni nyina mutintimai, which is it is possible. Politics aside, it is possibly or probably the most powerful political
campaign
statement.
Slogan.
Yes. Sakasa ashensu diano is probably the most powerful campaign slogan in our political history. One more ye amanyo se mu hwehwemu no nyamre no mu hwehwemu no mu nhwade. Because yenyina yebeka ye papa nkroma asemo kan say yemfa ahodi na yenya no ne nkabo mu eye se ebenya adwene mu nso fa ahodi the liberation of the mind. So what I say the liberation of the mind and na ye papa nkroma ka ho asem no eye the mindset say se yetimi akon yenyina yetimi akon age o mind no fa ahodi asi ho a na ne yenyina yebetimi akon
agi oman no esi ho woni mpuntuo mu ne mpempenso bia ye pese oman no dru
FM
patcho what ya say se ukọ America man mu ne other global hegemonies na there is one underlying fact that mebunu ni mpanyimfo ne won mo mu nyina gitum se de wodi wadwene besusu ede wakoma ebeto ho na obeye wadwene se obeye na obeye adwumadin bia no uye ebeye enu nti na America for moon no they knew say it was a Herculean task but they believed in the possibility that it can be done. Obi sa ewiase aye hunu kakaka ya ewiase bimu aman bimu apagya ni nyina no ne fapim nyina ne se die wodi wa adwene besusu bebubu bia no ebeye. That is the foundation. That is what sets us apart from America and other nations, that they believe that everything you set your mind to is possible. Inti obi die emma ni je wo makoma mu na sebe I was saying gumi ne say ye nam Ghana afana nyina na mebunu sebe bu ompo amofro ma di mfie nsia ne fom ne sro kakra nyina ka say it is possible. Tinam so de yenyi amanyo semonto nchen emrewa omadi 90 years asabe obeka say omo ko omo retirement omo nyina say it is possible. Again na possible. The fact say ye pesi ye dane ye man ye ni na yensu yetimi do the 4th industrial revolution na yensu ye man yi enema bia ye pesi ye bia yetimi dru ho no, that mindset is possible. That belief si yensu ye betimi aye no ewo ho yen ene ameno kase koko bo bag 2070 cedis 2070 cedis baby if be free and baby e dey adru enra so wonya popo ye said the new price is coming yes 45% increment ohamu abupen aduanan num it is say cocoa prices be jump from 2070 cedis a bag to 3000 cedis a bag.
You see, that is a cheat. Woman we are here for
too many years.
Me can be
you will get time.
I want to help. He's my good friend.
No, but you let him.
My son's like a good friend.
Let him finish.
Let him finish. We are no akandi amoton. Me answer ya di aneka. We are kabo ya ton. Okay. That's the analysis.
Obi. Ene ekuafo nyame ya adom a ansa na afi be kwawie ye no. E beton bag could be 3,000 cedis. Enra Reuters at the story nearby. Nyame adom ekuafo ebetede. Sankomo we ebae. Etosubiu. Obi. Was it 10 billion push?
The big push. Yes.
Ese mubusa almost say he no moko fesika na free dey kind of.
Almost from private, largely from private sector.
Okay, me da say. Okay, Hope City 10 billion no mo ka so mo dey free private sector ba. E dey see.
Entime amaso.
8 years. Why didn't you even prosecute one person on that?
Now, I said the first time there was crime.
Thank you. Thank you.
It didn't happen. It doesn't mean there was crime.
Go ahead.
Yeah. We see what the 10 billion and the Hope project. Ghana 10 billion. Amaso. We who also
commissioning, yeah.
Emma artist be grab
commission shortcut.
Emma artist be benu we wo okay.
Chris
Brown benu we wo no. Amaso. Won send me ni wo. Wo dey pen number foforo kra na bo. Pen number foforo kra na bo. Wo si star another 10 billion. Yakobusa say he na akofa sika na ba. Wo si private sector. The same private sector that failed you. You see how hollow their policies are.
Will I get another?
No. Wakotena fie nwotwe.
Then I won't say anything.
In fie nwotwe no, any ebusa say dey na ode ba. Wo see the disco.
Also the 24-hour economy na nyoma na ebe benefit from 24-hour ebe ne discotheques and a nightclub.
Obi. Disco.
Yes. And a nightclub.
And a nightclub.
Yeah.
Now nightclub na friend is saying.
Nightclub.
Are there night no? If you say the did night to so. If you say the did night to so. A day night. That's how hollow and empty you people are.
No, he didn't say we're going to do night work. He said 24 hours.
24 hour night.
So if you narrow it to only night work, you are joking. 24 hours. It's not night work. It's 24 hours.
But that's
including night.
But that's even more. I said 24 hours including day. Nightclubs cannot run 24 hours, can they?
My brother, are you saying that people cannot go to where there are fun, there are music, and whatever it is?
Specific nightclub.
Hold on, and that's the name, nightclub. They decided to clap in the night. What about if you decide to clap in the afternoon? No, I'm only telling you somebody goes to work in the night. He comes and want to go have fun in the morning, in the evening, in the afternoon. Please,
this is
somebody want to go clap in the afternoon. You say no.
This is how empty and hollow this political party is. About now, no manifesto. Who manifesto? Who
did you say I can't read?
I'm talking about.
Hey, who name Von D?
Me,
David T.K. Von D.
Me, your friend Brofuna, no. Allah.
Brofuna, I was say nightclub, day club.
No, I didn't say that. I said if somebody decide to club in the day, what's your problem?
And I'm friend in nightclub.
Me nightclub.
Obinye, Ekosiisen ye, Bonsu Omanhene Sempa, de brane mamba. Obi, som. Oribo.
Ekosiisen, wo Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, wo Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7 Asunyine tie.
Oribo.
Ekosiisen, wo Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, wo Asempa FM. Obi nebalo, obibo. Ode Asempa nabo. Obi nebalo, obibo. Ode Asempa nabo.
Obinye, Ekosiisen ye. Bonsu Omanhene Sempa, de brane mamba. Obi, som.
Asempa FM.
94.7 Ekosiisen Sonias Asempa FM and Wasugusu Awuti 94.7 is our frequency. That's not the Ekosiisen Jumediano Airbramo. Check with your time 28 minutes after 2. Medid your say Bonsu from Yobi. It's not to say at 6:30 p.m. and a Jumedi Eba Ewie and Yawon Komodi Yawon Semka. Na yebetu yambo ajemre edininyina abremo at exactly 2:30 I'll take you to the NPP's headquarters here in Accra. In fact, the Dr. Mahmoud Baumia Campaign Communications Office in Jowolo. Yes. A media briefing koso na a 2024 manifesto insights theme no area. Reducing cost of living, Baumia's plan. Reducing cost of living, Baumia's plan. In the Mobako Jowulu Enche MPP, one campaign communications office. Na yakofa media briefing Ebekoso Hona Bremo live. Ewa Asempa FM. So at exactly 2:30 p.m. In the Enche be our crossover to Jowulu. Na yafa eno Edia Bremo. Yeria. And I know Mobeka Maxwell Pokwajeman Esquire AD and Como Studio. No, the committee chairman for legal and governance. Edema NPP 2024 manifesto amu put it together no unso amu chemu into committees na committee I share emra hunsem many amamu hunsem chairman and not down no ye Maxwell Pokwajeman Esquire oba studio am needing come on one campaign commitment for legal education, for constitutional reforms, for new legislation on person modeba and some community and good governance actually. And for the NDC, so we would want to know what is in their manifesto, far legal education in Ghana, far constitutional reforms, far new legislation on person about good governance generally. And the director of legal for the party, lawyer Eduji Tamaklo, will join me in studio na yedisa and common. We are the discussion segment and so beto amos we on himself for some time now. Mube brene busa yobi na honorable Kujwedu Asare wahin, honorable Kujwedu Asare wahin yeten and catch Nyamia Dom Ene. Honorable Kujwedu Asare will join us in studio, representing his party as always. Was studio. I'm sure the NDC Chairman Kujo Boatanajima would also join us in studio, and independent parliamentary aspirant Ewon Kranza North constituency, Charles Owusu Reverend on Baba Kenya who studio Hanafe. We have a very interesting panel later on the show. But first, the Mubeko Jowulu na yakoshe nyoma ekoso. Mesra say utie wo radio na o access to internet and there oko YouTube and I say Facebook ubetimi ahwe yin show yi live oko YouTuber Asempa 94.7 FM. That's our channel on YouTube. Please subscribe to the channel. Inti yeba live bia ubenya notification. That was why then wetimi ashibi. It is very, very, very important. I was away and sa MIA. Sound so na say ono Facebook Facebook in sono Asempa 94.7 FM. Sono please like the page or follow the page. Na wetimi enya notifications here about live and this time they say or comment be answer obetimi de go na ya jemre ayeden akan amamo especially maybe I will share yen efi any udin. Would love to acknowledge all of you, especially more sharing with YouTube. If free Amanone would acknowledge all of you in a moment. Your WhatsApp number and so opesa which say wadwen ewo yen semwa ye brobro so ne ho a o de o message ne fa so ebren a ye bejemre ne yakan ama nti your WhatsApp number no enie 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Me sisubiu 0548 443 523. Na yentie de wonso wo emaye. That's our WhatsApp number in moma yenyina yen shanen so. Let me deal with some few messages na fe memfa monko jowulu ne yenkofa NPP Manifesto Insights media briefing no emremo. We say Obi kindly wish Mrs. Bernice Brakwa Dakwa of Compassion Ministry inside Osino a glorious happy birthday for me. From your husband, Honorable Fosuwari Shadrach, aka Shadi Mills, the children Queen Star, Nanase, and Stephen, Kobe K, and the rest of the family. They want to celebrate you today, Bernice. Do have a really, really good birthday. Samson says special regards to Uncle Ivy Sly, Slap Kama, Obolo, Orlando the Barber, Omunina Asante Barbers get together group, and we Camberwell in London. And Master Pia also was London. Yeah, that's Papa for the message awaiting me a day abre that's it. Ma yenhwe said the makamere mboko jowolo na afedi e koso ho no yetumi afa abremo ye ba diaka no na yedi ni nyina atoam so ha Asempa 94.7 FM Jumedi atundi Ekosiisen. It's Ghana's biggest and the most authoritative political, social and current affairs talk show. Production team, Dominic Isiaboa in a dano, Nana Chumberema, Jackson Osei Tiamoa, Ebenezer Tete, Omanhene Kwabena Asante, and Equia Boachiwa Yadom, and so Ebo Nechi Dom, and Omobuami Edi Ekosiisen, Eprem. And Mumiana Yen Shannon so. Message when the more say a WhatsApp number edi 2 jano, Mumodin say oh message be a Ode befaso abre enra na yewa woda Master P inti belated happy birthday to you and live to be 94.7 FM. And I mean for we in a video seems to have gone viral. A komobia ye di we Ekosiisen so na mene dankana mo a da kopek jumekuo no ano nipa bebre na frame ya no pay say me say fuel stations be at tamper with omo pumps ama bebre na cry ma call for say you close one down and there I mean I've got a lot of calls, some from officers of the MPA any bebre. The truth though, and it's a video in a 2019 video, the publisher newspaper carried the story on its front page in 2019. And no you review hana mene dankana mu adi hon komo 2019. That's some 5 years ago. In the current video, it is a obia forward video ni biama wa. Please be informed. Say a old video, a 2019 interview. The matters are now a year in contention at the time, as we are aware of now, have all been dealt with largely in the current video. It is a Obia sending me a one and so a day my 2019 video, quite an old video, and and so you can see saying Sunny Asempa 94.7 FM. Ma memfa munko jowulu emra ye ba ye betwa so.
Take off right away. Do I have confirmation that all the media houses have their gadgets and equipment switched on and we are good to go? UTV is fixing theirs. Okay. So, good afternoon once again. You are all very much welcome to this very important engagement. This afternoon, we would be having a conversation on the MPP's 2024 manifesto. As you would all recall, in the past few days, there's been a lot of conversations and discussions on your platforms in an effort to continuously deepen the dissemination of the issues in the manifesto. The flag bearer and the leader of the MPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has also engaged you to have further conversation on the back of the manifesto. We believe that in today's elections in our democracy, the elections and the voter decision should be based on issues and should be based on the things that matter the most to the Ghanaian voter. And so we would continuously have these engagements as part of efforts to engender the conversation and to inform the Ghanaian voter as to the reasons why Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is the right person to lead this country from 2025 to 2028. And so would have a few presentations, and then afterwards you would have an opportunity to ask all the questions you want to ask. I would plead that we make our questions as succinct as possible so we can take a lot more questions from there. This afternoon's conversation is hinged on the theme, reducing the cost of living. You would realize from our manifesto that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has made 14 commitments in the manifesto. And one of the key commitments is reducing the cost of living for the Ghanaian people. And so we will be outlining to you what his plans and strategies are in reducing the cost of living. To help us have this conversation this afternoon and to anchor this conversation would be the chairman of the manifesto committee, who happens to be all of us our leader, and the MP for the good people of Swami, Honorable Osei Bonsu, is here with us, and he will be sort of leading the conversation. Backing the leader up will be chair and lead of the various subcommittees. And so I'll do a quick introduction, but they'll be coming to us to speak to us. But we have the chairman of the Agric subcommittee, Mr. Opombio, with us. He will be addressing us shortly. We have Honorable Moses Enim also here with us. He will also be joining the conversation. We have Honorable Sheila Battels with us. She'll be engaging us on housing-related issues. We have Honorable Dr. Prince Hamid Ama with us. He's the chair of the Education Committee. He would also be joining us at some point as it comes up in the conversation. We have Dr. Jemima Nunu with us, Subcommittee Agric. And we have Madam Noratu Musa also with us on transport. Then we have the chair of the Energy Subcommittee, Mr. Kojo Safua Puku, who would also be having a conversation with us as part of the discussion around reducing the cost of living. And so I'll crave your indulgence. Please, let's pay very close attention to the conversation. We are live on several media platforms across the country, and a lot of people are watching us at this very moment. Once the leader is done with his presentation, the various subcommittees would also come to give further and better particulars on the areas that relate to their sub-sector. So at this juncture, I would invite Honorable Osei Bonsu to give us a quick brief. Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miracle Zabwaji, Director of Program. Distinguished colleagues, let me thank you very much for this occasion to provide further illumination on the contents of the manifesto as fashioned by the committee. Of course, we only added flesh to the vision, of the presidential candidate. His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, as you all do know, epitomizes the typical Ghanaian who's risen through the ranks to where he's got into. Life began on a very easy footnote, and it took a tumble. He became a farmhand, a by-day laborer, needed that to support himself in school. Outside Ghana, in further pursuit of education, he became a factory hand, a cleaner, a taxi driver. But he matured and graduated, and after schooling, became a lecturer at the university. Back home in Ghana, he served as the special assistant to the governor of the Bank of Ghana at the time, but he then graduated to become deputy governor of the Bank of Ghana. Subsequently, he got poached by the then presidential candidate of the MPP, Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo, as his running mate. For 16 years, they labored together. And the 8 years that they had not won power, they traversed the nooks and crannies of this country. Every place they visited and engaged broadly the citizenry of this country. I must add that in between, when we did not win power, he got employed by the African Development Bank to consult for some other countries in Africa. But as I said, the experience that he garnered from engaging citizens whilst he served as the running mate, and even as the vice president, has given him tremendous experience. And he knows the joys and travails of Ghanaians. Notwithstanding, when he got party as the flag bearer, regardless of that experience, that monumental experience and knowledge that he himself had, which had shaped his own vision, he still elected to step out to engage the people of this country. Because society is dynamic, circumstances do change. And so he stepped out there to engage Ghanaians. And alongside, he constituted the manifesto committee so that with his engagement with the people, whatever ideas came, they would put them in a basket, sift it, and then use same to fertilize his own vision. Now, the culmination of all these events is what we now have as the manifesto of the party. The committee, as I said, only added flesh to the vision of the man. Now, into government, and having engaged the people of this country, the issues that have cropped up include, in particular, the cost of living in the country. Now, we all do know what has occasioned this. When Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo assumed the reins of the government of this country, he was able to upscale our development. For 3 continuous years, we were able to grow this country at an average rate of 7%, that's GDP growth rate. But we took a tumble after the affliction of COVID-19. Of course, we had also engaged in the cleanup of the banking sector. Then we had also inherited the legacy of debts at the energy sector. We attempted to clean this up. When we were about coming up, then we had the imbroglio involving Russia and Ukraine. The combination of all these factors has really affected the Ghanaian economy. And so people complain that there are difficulties in the system. And we must all own up that indeed there are difficulties. The flag bearer recognizes this and then proffers some bold solutions to deal with these matters. In particular, we recognize when people talk about difficulties in the system, they are talking about high food prices. They are talking about high prices of acquisition. They are talking about high transportation costs. They are talking about high electricity tariffs, among others. Dr. Bawumia proffers solutions, bold solutions to this. And in that regard, he recognizes that a guy is elected not to explain away problems, but to solve problems, which is why bold solutions have been proffered. First, dealing with the high food prices, that we must upscale the production of staple foodstuffs. We must also invest in the preservation of staple foods, meat, poultry, and fish products. It says to us that we must reduce the cost of public transportation. Then also ensure a variety of accommodation types to meet different pockets and needs. Because we all do know that in Ghana, when you meet a friend, a colleague, beating the streets of Accra or Kumasi or any of the capitals, wiping columns of sweat off his or her forehead and telling you that, Jack, that person is not looking for an owner-occupier structure. It's looking for rental accommodation. How do we deal with this to ease the system? So both solutions again have been proffered. And he tells us that he would significantly improve the availability and affordability of power. Finally, in easing the system, confronting the challenges that we face as a nation, he says we continue to make accessing services easier. Now, with me, to deal with the various sector issues, as you have heard, our colleagues, many of whom joined us in the crafting of the manifesto. Since foodstuffs, survival often hinges on eating first, so we'll deal with agriculture, enhancing and upscaling agricultural production and productivity. So I guess at this stage, I would want to invite the spokespersons for agriculture. And I guess the first person to begin it is the Honorable Moses Anim. Moses.
Chairman of the Manifesto Committee, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, the cost of food and other agricultural products affects everybody. When the price of food goes up, it has the potential of denying families and households nutritious food. The NPP realizes that major factors in reducing cost of living is reducing and stabilizing the cost of food. That is why the NPP 2024 manifesto puts forth bold solutions to address the cost of food and to increase our food security. We will upscale production of stable crops such as maize, rice, yam, cassava, plantain, tomatoes, and other vegetables, and improve agricultural yields. Much of Ghana's vast agricultural soil has undergone severe degradation, and much of it is too acidic, leading to soil infertility. This is due to factors such as improper use of fertilizers, exchangeable acidity, continuous cropping without fallow periods as was done traditionally, loss of biodiversity and nutrients, and moisture stress. This has resulted in lower crop yields and lower productivity, which means the availability of food is less and thus prices increase. We will promote the use of agriculture lime, especially one that is locally produced in Ghana, to reduce acidity of our soil, enhance soil fertility, and increase yield so that more food will be produced and the unit cost reduced. We will launch an expanded irrigation program, which will include the rehabilitation and modernization and expansion of selected public irrigation schemes, including those undertaken through the One Village, One Dam initiative to increase irrigation area. All these efforts are to drive the cost of local agricultural produce down. More than 90% of the food we consume can only be produced during certain months of the year, but demand continues throughout the year. That is why often leads to the price hikes and we encounter at our market prices. A Baumia-led government will not only address post-harvest losses, but also improve on the value addition of agricultural products so that food is better harvested and preserved. We will support agricultural mechanization through the provision of agricultural machinery and equipment such as planters, combine harvesters, seed dryers, silos, solar-powered cold stores, freezers, and what have you. We will construct modern storage silos in all agricultural zones and rehabilitate the existing silos to expand storage facilities. By investing in the preservation of staple foods, we will prevent costly post-harvest losses and extend the shelf life of food. We will also strengthen local food network and markets to ensure seamless linkages. We will do this by establishing large aggregators which will offer ready market for farmers. For the aggregators, we will not forget about our market queen mothers and our mothers who also aggregate food for our consumption. This means that the farmers won't have to spend time and money looking for markets, but the aggregator will offtake the produce, thus reducing the cost. We will also assure processing companies of a continuous supply of raw materials through off-taker agreement with factories and commercial entities for entry into the domestic market and export market. The cost of animal feed is another issue that increases cost of food, especially poultry and fish. Poultry and fish feed constitute 70% of the total cost of production. The MPP government will support alternative technology to produce cheaper animal feed to drive down the cost of poultry and farmed fish. As soybean and groundnut are such important multi-purpose crops with use in poultry, livestock, aquaculture, feed, oil, etc., the MPP government will start a special soybean program that will introduce high-yielding varieties, planters, combine harvesters, dryers to increase production. The MPP government will leverage on the vast experience of Ghanaian farmers in cultivation of groundnut by promoting and supporting commercial production and processing of groundnut into edible oil and meal for local consumption and export. Groundnut meal, which is relatively cheaper than the soybean meal, will be strategically used for poultry broilers, livestock feed formulation to help reduce costs of production. We are willing to take bold steps and provide bold solutions for agriculture to reduce the cost of buying food. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've heard the submission on upscaling agriculture and also bringing down the costs of food items. The next to do the presentation would be the presentation on housing, and it's going to be done by the Honorable Sheila Battels.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon to all of you and to everyone that is listening to us. I'm here to share some insights as far as our manifesto on housing is concerned. The vision of His Excellency Dr. Bawumia is to ensure that we are able to close the housing gap within 10 years. As we all know, currently the statistics we are dealing with is a housing deficit of 1.8 million. And this is affecting about 13.4 million Ghanaians. So how are we going to do this? We have broken it into 3 sections. So we are looking at social housing, which is housing that affects mostly the vulnerable in society. And sometimes we may find ourselves in a situation where we are without a home for a night or two. So our social housing plan is looking at providing overnight stay properties. And these are public housing. You can go and register and then sleep there for a night. And then for the vulnerable, or those we usually call the homeless in society, it is a place that they can find to stay for the night. So we have those housing that is going to be available. And then we are also looking at low-income social housing. And for the low-income social housing, we are looking at providing public lands in partnership with developers so that developers can set aside about 20 to 30% of the land that government brings into the deal. And this will be committed to either subsidized housing or housing for low-income workers. So this, because government is coming in with the land, it will make the cost of building very low. So this would then bring down the cost and enable government to offer these housing at very, very low rates. And we are talking about rental properties also for the general public. As we all know, because of the cost of building, it has become very difficult for real estate developers to offer rental properties at a cost that we can all afford. Typically now, if you're looking for a property, you have to prepare to pay 2 years advance. And for most people, especially those that have finished university, starting out life, coming up with 2 years advance is a very, very big problem. So government is looking at housing that is subsidized, and this will be done in partnership with real estate developers. Government is looking at, or the manifesto is looking at, the government of Dr. Bawumia providing land banks to the developers so that it becomes less litigation. Sometimes when you're building, you know that it can cost 2, 3, 4 times, to pay for the land. So this becomes additional cost to the developers. So if government brings the land and the developer doesn't have to deal with the cost of land, it becomes easier. Also, the government, the manifesto is also looking at partnering with faith-based organizations such as churches to also provide shelter for those who cannot afford, or also the homeless. Then we are also looking at affordable housing. Now, with affordable housing, when we say affordable now, we all know that sometimes the price is a bit restrictive. When the price of affordable housing is sometimes in dollars and all of that, and most people cannot afford it, because you have your typical salaried worker taking $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. So affordable housing is sometimes not so affordable. So we are looking at providing incentives for the real estate sector so that they can come in with their money, and then we can also partner with those who we identify as master developers. That is those who can afford to build large quantities of homes. Large quantities of homes. If you have a developer that can invest in large quantities of housing, we define them as master developers. We would invest. So you have government investing, you have their own private investing, and then we are also looking at the banking sector participating. So we have specifically identified Ghana Investment Infrastructure Fund, and then the Development Bank of Ghana, and then also local and foreign investments partnering to build a fund, which we are defining as the Home Ownership Investment Fund for those who want to own a home. So if you want to own a home, they would be able to provide homes at less cost because government is coming in with the land, and government will also inject some capital in there, and then they also will come in with their capital. We are also looking at partnering with pension-backed funds. So there are people who have their pension in certain funds, and they are looking at investments that are safe and secure. We all agree that investing in real estate is effective and is something that you can rely on. So the investment that they make into the Home Ownership Investment Fund will enable it to be well capitalized so that we can provide a lot of housing to meet the demand of the public. In addition to this, we are looking at the state also providing horizontal infrastructure, that is providing the road infrastructure, water, electricity, metering, and all of that. So the infrastructure that is needed within the developments of these master developers. All of those things are costs that usually the master developers will build into the cost of the home. So with government taking these things out, it will reduce the cost of housing. We believe that with all of these interventions, it will actually really cut down the cost of housing and be able to produce affordable housing for the Ghanaian. Now, we are looking at also providing rental assistance scheme, which I think we've already started. A rental assistance scheme is covering 6 regions now. We are looking at expanding it beyond 6 regions to 16 regions. So all the 16 regions should have that scheme. Right now, over 2,000 people are benefiting. So the expectation is that we would expand it to ensure that anybody who needs the rental assistance will be able to achieve it. Now, if you look at the rental assistance scheme, you fill a form. It's very simple. You should have 3 months of income to prove that you are able to afford the rent that you are applying for. And with your Ghana card, showing the ID that will be able to use to track you. The rental assistance scheme will pay the advance that is needed for you to be able to access the property, so that you will then pay monthly, every first of the month, then you will settle your rent. So we are looking at expanding on the rental assistance scheme so that that will come in to ensure that we can afford to rent. Now, generally, there is a lot of work that is going to go into urban planning and rural planning, because we have challenges now with our spatial planning. There is a lot of work that is going to go into ensuring that what we are delivering is not only quantity, but quality, well-planned housing, to ensure that Ghanaians are getting very decent housing and living standards. And I believe that that kind of captures Dr. Baumier's manifesto as far as housing is concerned, to ensure that the vulnerable are covered, those who want to own homes are covered, those who can afford are covered, those who cannot afford but want to own their own homes are given a chance or a way by which they can also own their own homes. Those who want to rent will have the options to rent, and then those who want to live well also will have good communities to live in. So I'll end it here, and I believe that my colleagues will also have something to share on their sectors. Thank you very much.
The next presenter, a presentation on energy, making energy available, accessible, and affordable. One major complaint is the high cost of power. And yet we all do know that power is the lifeblood of both domestic existence and also industrial production. Now, to make the presentation on behalf of the group is Mr. Kojo Nsafua Puku.
All right, thank you. As you've seen the way the DMB manifesto is set up and how we want to present it, we told you how we're going to get you a roof over your head. When you have a roof over your head, you now tell you how you're going to eat. So Agric has done its roof over your head. Then the next thing is energy. We realize that the energy sector is by far one of the most important sectors that we have in Ghana today. The upstream provides the funding for the social and infrastructure programs that we have in Ghana. The downstream is our petroleum products, which mostly everybody knows that when the price of petroleum products goes up, it affects food, it affects everything that we have in the country. And it also goes to reduce what you call disposable income, which is the small money you have in your pocket after you've paid off all the things you have. when we look at the power sector is a difference between a president doing 4 terms, a president doing 4 years, and a president doing 8 years. We all know what we are talking about here when the power sector is not the way it's supposed to be. Then we look at how Dr. Bawumia wants to address this. We want to reduce the cost of living. And in the MPP manifesto, we have decided to do that with 4 pillars: affordability, accessibility, reliability, and quality. Okay, so let's take affordability. Now, we all know that when electricity prices go up, it becomes a challenge for everybody. So the leadership of Dr. Bawumia has proposed to introduce 2,000 megawatts of solar. The 2,000 megawatts of solar will go a long way to basically help us with the growth that we have year on year in the energy sector. Because if you do not plan to increase your power generation, you get to the point where you do not have enough generation capacity in the country. But what is the difference with going solar? As we've all heard Dr. Bawumia said over and over, we have to move away from oil and gas and go with solar. Solar is, the sun is there, it's free. Now, the biggest challenge we have is that the thermal that we have is 73% generation. Our generation mix is made up of the hydro, thermals, and some solar, about 134 megawatts of solar. But in large, 73% of our generation today is with thermal. And the huge cost that goes into the thermal is your gas and your HFO liquid fuel. If we are able to now have a generation mix that is heavily on solar, as we've always heard, we can reduce the cost of electricity as low as 50%. So that goes towards the affordability of what Dr. Bawumia is trying to do, which is bringing in the 2,000 megawatts to help us with what? Affordability. Then we go to the second policy that we have, which is we want to develop a framework to set aside cheaper fuel for industries. We have a lot of industries that are not doing well in Ghana because the energy cost is high. If we go solar and we're able to get solar at 6 cents, as compared to today, thermal at about 12 to 13 cents, then we're able to give some cheaper power to the industries. Now, if you're looking at the lithiums, you're looking at manganese, allied, all these companies are coming in and they're looking at 2 cents, 3 cents at most for power. So we can give some of that Kosombo generation, which is hydro, which is around 3 cents, to the new emerging technology. We have a lot of manufacturing that we want to promote in Ghana. Dr. Bawumia has a policy that says, buy Ghana first. For us to make what? Ghana produce, our made in Ghana goods effective, cheaper, we need to give them what? Affordable power. So by giving affordable power, ring fencing a certain amount of cheap electricity for these industries, we tend to what? Grow our industries, bring a lot of growth, and that also go in a long way, not only reducing the cost of living by doing what? Making sure that a lot of youth get jobs. So the affordability side, which is ring fencing a certain amount of electricity for industries, also will help to promote industry and bring jobs, and makes us pay less for electricity. We pay less for electricity, all the rest is history. Everybody knows that we can now have a reduced cost of living. The third part of the affordability is petroleum. The energy sector deals with energy, which is power, deals with energy, which is petroleum. When petroleum prices go up, we all feel it. When electricity prices go up, we all feel it. We introduced G4O, gold for oil policy, which helped a lot. A lot of people don't understand how the gold for oil helped. I will take a minute to explain. We have something called the supplier's premium. We have the cost of the product, which we can't do anything about because it's the world market price. But when the OTC, the oil trading company, is bringing that product into Ghana, there is a supplier's premium that they add. In the past, before gold for oil, there's only a few companies that were bringing products into Ghana. So nobody locally has a say on how much the supplier's premium is. With the introduction of gold for oil, the supplier's premium went down as low as from $120 to $30 per metric ton. So it means that today, if there were no gold for oil, the supplier's premium will still be high. We've only gotten about 30% market share for gold for oil. the manifesto seeks to expand gold for oil so that we will now creep up into about 60% of market share, so we can now bring a lot more cheaper products into the market and basically help to drive down the supplier's premium further. Reliability. We all want our lights to be on. What we don't want is to go back into the era of doomsday. So the 2,000 megawatts that we intend to bring will help to basically make sure that the installed capacity in the country is there. So we can have reliable power, affordable power. Then we all want quality. Now, to get quality, the person who gives us the electricity, the retail end, is ECG. We all have complaints when we go to the ECG customer service and we are not happy. Your metering is not working, people can't get meters, people go to report faults and nobody comes to it. So the proposal from the manifesto is to now introduce what we call the retail market. The last mile of ECG will bring in what we call private sector participation, PSP, to now take up the retail part. So your metering will be done by a private company. Your customer service will be done by a private company. When we take that part away from ECG, we think that we'll be able to introduce that quality that Ghanaians deserve. Because there's no point trying to live a good life and you can't now go and report and you get immediate action on the report of electricity that you have. Then we now go into accessibility. As at now, we have about 85% of electricity across the country. With the introduction of the 2,000 megawatts, we can easily go in and give Ghana 100% electricity accessibility by the end of the 4 years, because we no longer have to rely on SHEP. With the SHEP Rural Electrification Program, we need to draw the Akosombo or the thermal lines to these areas. With solar, you can do what is called off-grid solutions. So we'll go to these communities where we have the who are not on the grid and build solar for those communities to basically immediately give them electricity. Today we are talking about other things like affordability. For somebody who doesn't have electricity, cost of living is very bad. So when we're able to now improve the standard of living of these people and giving them solar, they will be able to reduce the cost of living that they have. The last point I want to make is the issue of bringing in issues that will impact the life of Ghanaians. Look, manifesto is not just about a document that nobody reads. I think Ghanaians should look at the MPP manifesto more carefully. Page 178 to some parts of the manifesto talks about all the energy policies that we have. Let's not let others, okay, introduce policies that do not solve your problems. The MPP manifesto has solutions that solves your problems, and I think you guys would make sure that you understand that policy well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kojo Nsafuapoko, for the brilliant exposition on energy supply, access, and affordability. I think the last one to be spoken to is with respect to transportation. Yes, Mari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to everyone. We've eaten, or we'll eat, we'll sleep. And when Mr. Nsapua gets his fuel, he cannot carry it in gallons. They have to go into vehicles for them to move. And that is what I'm here to talk about. And with all that we've spoken about, the fulcrum of everything when it comes to cost of living is transportation. And how do we get this reduced as compared to what is happening now? And for someone like me who comes from one of the poorest regions in this country, anything that has to do with reducing cost of living, and especially when it's going to be done and championed by a leader who believes in making bold decisions and achieving bold solutions through selfless leadership, and understanding that leadership is service and leading is solving. That is why I'm here this afternoon. So there are 4 key things that Dr. Bawumia's led government, if voted in power, and I believe after this, Ghanaians will be more convinced to give him the mandate to lead this country, because we can't go back. We need to go for it. The world is moving, and we need to catch up. So there are 4 key things that we are going to do, led by Dr. Bawumia. And the first one is EV transportation, that's electric vehicle transportation. We've heard about it. There are people who are still using, who are already using them. So it's not something that is not possible. And how are we going to do this? We all know that when it comes to regulation, when it comes to policy making, and when it comes to regulation, it's the government that has to lead it. It's the state that has to lead it. And we mandate the President of the Republic to lead in that charge. So with that, we are going to look at having a comprehensive strategy of bringing in electric vehicles and also encouraging the assembling of it. And we've done something like that already for vehicles that use fossil fuels. We have about 5 assembling plants already, but we need to move where the world is moving, and the world is moving EV. So that's what we are going to do. So as part of government's strategy, when Dr. Bawumia is given the mandate, there will be a comprehensive strategy to ensure that EV vehicles, especially for public transport, which all of us use one way or the other, it's made accessible. And one may ask, these vehicles need to be charged. How are we going to get them charged? Will I move from here to maybe Hamile and not have a place to charge them? Government is going to invest. And you know the New Patriotic Party and what we believe in. We believe in the private sector. And we are really going to collaborate with the private sector to make sure that these things are being done, especially when it comes to those already in the energy sector. The second one is availability of parts. I mean, these EV vehicles run on parts, apart from having a cheaper mode of moving them around. And on the average, if I'm using fossil fuel in my 1.5 cc car, I need maybe if I need like 800 cedis fuel to fill it for a month, someone using an electric vehicle will charge their car on the average of 2.3, less than 2.3. So if I'm doing 800, then the person is doing around 300 cedis on that. That is what we mean by reducing cost of living through transportation. So availability of fairly priced parts for these vehicles. And once they are available, and they are fairly priced through the flat rate system that will be introduced when it comes to importing these parts. And don't forget that we've also mentioned that in the strategy, assembling will be part of it. So with time, the manufacturing of these parts will become part of the whole value chain in country. But as we start introducing them, we import parts. There should be a flat rate for it so that it can be fairly priced. Not that someone is bringing in it from another country. Once you are bringing in parts, if it's a 20-footer, if it's a 40-footer, it comes at a flat rate. So you know that these parts are coming in. So it gives a way to even predict and sustain pricing. But if they are fairly priced and available, they must be accessible anywhere to anyone. So we are also looking at building the marketplace for these. And these things are online. The world is going digital, and Dr. Bawumia has been a champion of that. So digital, and who do you again engage? The fintechs, they're already doing fantastically well. Young people are building a lot of apps, a lot of platforms, marketplaces for these things. Now we have marketplaces for vehicles when you want them, but parts, you have to go to Abosokai and all that. Just recently at Postal and Courier Services, we registered a gentleman who said he wants to be taking vehicle parts in addition to fuel. So someone is on the highway, runs out of fuel, he will take it to them. That's a true courier service. So people like that can be incentivized to continue doing what they are doing. Then the third one is reforming our driver license system. Rather than you renewing your driver's license every other year, it's going to expand it to 10 years, and you renew it every 5 years. Then one that we can, the fourth one is what we can't overemphasize. The Energy Committee has already spoken about it, and that's gold for oil. I mean, at the end of the day, the negotiations of the price and everything is what we take at the pump that makes meaning to us. So gold for oil, the expansion of it, It takes pressure off Forex. It takes pressure off a lot of things. And that also is something that we ensure. And when it comes to the vehicle charging systems for the EV, we're also going to ensure a serious energy mix. And the focus will be on solar, so that most of these plants don't come at prices that are not affordable and give meaning to reducing cost of living. Thank you.
Okay, so we would at this point take questions. We've heard the various presentations, basically running through very critical areas that affect the day-to-day lives of the people. Housing, food security, utilities, energy, transportation. And you'd realize that the issues have been touched on and connected to how it intends to help reduce the cost of living of the Ghanaian people. And clearly you would realize that most of the issues are things that are ongoing, which the Vice President intends to upscale going into the future. So when we talk about upgrade, it is basically to say that let's consolidate what we've been able to achieve whilst we pursue what's outstanding. Please get to the microphone and then we'll take your questions. Can you lift your hands and then you move to the microphones and then we'll take your questions. Please. GBC.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Peter Kwao Adato. I work with GH1 TV. Now, we understand that there is food challenge in the country, as you enumerated. But before then, we know of PFJ and PFJ2. And these were touted over the years that has been improving agri productivity in this country. Now, if today we are saying we have food crisis, is it an admission that this program that we have highlighted and talked about so much has failed? Then there are pledges to improve a lot of things in this country. And the one who is making the pledges is within the same group that has been leading us this far. Why is it that the plans and the fine ideas and all these things that he has for us, we are not able to witness any of them within the aspiring administration, that if he gets the note, we will be able to get these things and improve the lives of Ghanaians. In addition to that, there is Ghana Beyond Aid that we had in 2016. Now, we all know Ghana is not beyond aid. What is the guarantee that the promises that we are seeing today, or we are hearing from Dr. Baumia, we are going to get them when we have similar promises?
I think what you said is the same as the second question. So I think you should land at this point.
That we have.
Because it's the same question.
The
it's
final
enough.
one.
No.
The final one.
No.
About
no, don't do that. One, you're supposed to even do one. Let your colleagues do Kojo Brace. Don't do that. It's not fair to your colleagues.
So you talk about launching the irrigation scheme in addition to, and then you bring on board the
irrigation scheme.
Yes.
Okay.
And then you bring in the one village, one dam as well. There's been a lot of discussions about how many of the one village, one dam you were able to complete, because that was a flagship policy. So as we speak, how many have been completed, which could serve as a benchmark for us to then evaluate the ones going forward?
Okay, thank you. So that's Kojo Brace from Joy News. He's asking how many of the one village, one dam have we done, and based on which we look into the future. Any other? Then we'll call for. Okay, Kojo.
There's no one coming. I heard about the low-income social housing scheme, where government is to provide land for developers to build, so they could rent at lower rates to people. At another point, you say, government is going to partner with large-scale developers. At that point, I didn't really understand what government wants to do there, because you're looking at people who can build large quantity houses. What will government do in that particular one to ensure that the rate at which they'll be selling the houses or renting will be cheaper for people to afford? I want to understand the role of government.
So you had a plan of government partnering with large-scale developers.
Exactly.
And you want to see how that would impact.
Exactly, because at the low-income one, you say government will provide land. I understand that point.
Okay.
But when it comes to the large developers, I don't really understand.
You don't know whether it's the land that government is providing
exactly,
that would.
So what government wants to do there?
All right, thank you, please.
Friend Kojo Bafo, me Angel TV. My son beside say media energy. So share enyinam kane ansem a ewo my mo a. Eya say ECG and eya problem e dey ma consumers. Esa say eba ECG kane a wo dey ma provide consumers a empempi no ECG find it difficult say ogigi ni sika. Into one more a supply ECG, it is a grid cool, any other we know. The Biana is a ECG Eddie Omoka. It is a Kobase ECG, a betia car. I had that the Biadi or Hauba. Mibusa say ECG, and someone can say the Biano, Omoko talk Kaniana, Omo the dollars and a koto. Yes, why you used to light Omoji CDs. It is Omoji CD no. Let's say almost a side at the court dollars. Say be a ECG now 1 million Ghana CD. Let's say we had the court dollar, money be $600 million. And now, Ochina, Osaji 1 million krona. Now, at the Chino or Sekono Papa Processor, that's what you about 400,000. And no, a dear Amobe, Amma, a forex, and I say exchange rate, no, Etimi, Ejina, Tenebeya, ECG, the target, our JJ, say, or JJ Kanye Sikana, wait me a meeting a target, into anonymous, beside me, Medasi. Okay, it's a question here on ECG, and a quite first one, Omobina. And the exchange rate issues. Until then, I buy Yafa and I plant near then on the exchange rate. Okay, next question, please. We'll take one more and then we'll give the responses. Okay, so leader, I think there's a question on Agric. The question is asking what planting for food and job successes has been in the face of food crisis, and as to whether there is a food crisis, and if there is a food crisis, is it to say that planting for food and jobs has failed? So there are two questions. First of all, you must respond as to whether there is food crisis, and then afterwards indicate what you think the impact of planting for food and job has been, and then also if you can give the numbers as to the number of one village, one dam we have constructed thus far. Honorable Senior, I think we take these ones.
Thank you very much. In the first place, we are not in food crisis. We are not in food crisis. The food production level of our staple foods are available, and the figures are there. We can even look at the agricultural growth for this period that will be in power. So there's no food crisis. The planting for food and jobs phase 1 hasn't really failed, no. But like we indicated in the manifesto, we still have challenges with climate change. We still have challenges with the acidity of our soil, and we still have challenges in the level at which we embrace technological transformation. What it means is that we still have to do more in preservation and storage that the manifesto has really indicated. So we are not in food crisis, and I know you are all aware we are not in food crisis. If you look at the phase 2 of the planting for food and jobs, the figures are all stated even at this level. How resilient we are at this level, the numbers have all been stated. And then the projection in terms of short term and medium term and longer term up to 2028 have all been indicated. And I know you all go to the market As a matter of fact, if we are in food crisis, you will know, and we are not in food crisis. For one village, one dam, we've completed over 420 dams as we speak. You realize that just recently, when we did an experiment with the International Water Management Institute by stocking some of the dams at the northern sector with tilapia, it became very successful and the harvest rate was good. Just recently, government has provided funds to stock tilapia into these dams, 1 million fingerlings into these dams, which the president went with the minister to launch. It tells you those dams are still alive, and we are using them in their multi-purpose function, both in irrigation and also in aquaculture. Thank you very much.
I think the Honorable Shilaba tells us, if you take the housing question, what the large scale, you're asking about how the large scale developers and what government's role it is and how it will impact on lower housing.
Thank you very much. That plan is something that government is going to participate fully. So government will be part of the price setting. So government will set a ceiling. Because remember, government is bringing the land, and then they are bringing horizontal infrastructure such as the water, electricity, road infrastructure. So it cuts down the cost for the developers. So with that, government can participate, and their government will also look at waivers, tax waivers for this infrastructure, because it's something that is going to benefit the public. So government will set the ceilings for these housing so that we can have real affordable housing for people to purchase. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you need to understand the pricing that is done by PURC. The issue of when you say that we pay cedis and dollar, there is a quarterly review and there is a major review that's done by PURC all the time. Whenever the quarterly review is done, the two key components is inflation and the FX. So what you pay, PURC factor that into the pricing. The biggest challenge in what ECG suffers is not the FX, it is the losses. Today, our technical losses is about 10%. Our financial losses, or what we call commercial losses, is upwards of 19%. What is commercial losses? The inability to collect the electricity bills, people who don't have meters and still using electricity, or people who have done illegal connection, they have meters but they've done illegal connections. They all constitute what you call the commercial losses, and it's upwards of 19%. So let's even say it's 20%. It means that for every 1,000 cedis of electricity that you give out there, 20 cedis, 200 cedis is lost. Then we need to now pay the value chain and transmission losses, technical losses about 10%. So between technical and commercial, 30%. Then transmission losses of about 8%, 38%. That is why the private sector introduction, the private sector participation at the last mile. The last mile is where you do your metering. There is something called boundary metering, which work has been started. So all the country has different districts that we want to boundary meter. So ECG is going to be there. ECG takes the electricity of 1,000 cedis, and let's say there are 4 concessionaires that's been given out to private sector. Then all these 4 concessions has boundary metering. So ECG gives out 4,000 worth of electricity to 4 people, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000 through the boundary metering. As far as ECG is concerned, how much do they want back? 1,000 cedis. It's up to you, the private sector who is within that concession, to pay back ECG 1,000 cedis. So we are de-risking the metering, the customer service, and the collection from ECG and giving it to the private sector. And we think the private sector will do a much better job in collecting this work. Look, ASEP did a story. There is a lot of dirt and rot at the district and the regional level of ECG. It's a big company, but we think that if we have a more focused company that does the engineering and take the retail away from ECG, we will get a much better result. In terms of the customer, the IPPs being paid the dollar, they are paid the dollar rate, but in cedis. They are not paid dollars. but the rate at which they are paid, because their power purchase agreement is set in dollar. But that is factored in the pricing that PULC done every quarter, which you and I pay. I hope that answers the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we'll take another set of questions, but to address your second question on GH1. So if you pick our manifesto, you realize our manifesto is structured in 3 ways.
Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
Okay. 94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumedie no asogu so a utierinti yedamo nyina ase yedamo ko Jowolo NPP Campaign Communications Office and yekofa won press briefing yi ebremo manifesto insight and omo share cost of living inti committee chairs are now ahead the various committee war something to do with cost of living into energy, housing, agric and economy and omunyina akasa motimi aton kan sentrofo na busa questions kakra amamo ba yaba studio yebehwe na yedi enkom medical catcher mo say director legal of the NDC ebe join yen nyame adom abe cancer studio ha lawyer Eduji Tamaklo na yetimi ahwe so far in their manifesto, the NDC's manifesto, Nioma ewom efa legal education, efa constitutional reforms, efa good governance, efa new legislation, so mu proposing and all of that. Mubetimi atininya yema MPP inti Maxwell Opokwajiman lawyer eba be cancer wo studio amiene no edi nkomonti enne emrazo si ebetie NDC for so ede. Ba mama misima mienu ne yentie we yeba lawyer Eduji Tamaklo is our guest on the show. Stay with us.
Ecobank Mobile to make me say, Ecobank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It go make your life so easy. Download it. You go enjoy it. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit. You can pay school fees, even church tights with the Apple. Ecobank Apple. Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. Can promise.
In life, choice is good, but choice plus safety is way better. Your safety and comfort is paramount. Under the cylinder recirculation model, you can buy LPG in a safe environment. All cylinders are inspected and maintained to the best safety standards, so your safety is assured. Just take your empty cylinder to the nearest exchange point and swap it for a filled cylinder. Different cylinder sizes will be available to meet your pocket size. Imagine cooking in a smoke-free environment. This will improve the health and well-being of you and your family. Choose LPG in a safer model of distribution. Cylinder recirculation model. Securing your safety. Creating more jobs. A message from the National Petroleum Authority under the patronage.
All 380 games are about to come alive on your mobile phone. Step into the Premier League with Showmax.
This is the league we want to watch.
No matter where you are, your favorite teams are just a tap away.
Here now is the big business that truly stirs the blood.
Sign up on the Premier League mobile plan on showmax.com. Create your account, download the Showmax app, and stream the Premier League right on your mobile. It's your stadium on the move.
Minia,
sis,
in your money, some more fun come at you on the Wabuchino. 2 weeks in a fay and then your man aqua could. Dear Yammy Yakran say, in a woman in and cabin. Oh, so what just the cup makes your shipping companies a pa? Yammy say no.
Not anyone used to Tridol Express.
I mean, to your Moncayo.
Tridol Express, dear. What do you near my money? Acha, 3 to 5 days now could do. Someone did near my money woman. That's 7 days in Kudru with the Ese Kudra. Office or Kodusika, one more the Bema. Tridol, one more fast, papa, one more upper, which will be monitor who baby on near money drew. Ejimako, near crank, you know, percent near my common on near. Tridol, I need the fat. Sarah, you bet me a Joe near my fiaman on near April. For Tridol was 0535 195 353. WhatsApp 0535 195 354.
The luckiest
star 712
luck is everywhere. For everyone, yeah. The luckiest
star 712
luck is everywhere. For everyone, yeah.
Doctors,
nurses,
barbers,
drivers,
bouncers,
friends,
teachers,
bankers.
You could be the luckiest. You could be the luckiest.
East, west, north, south,
you could be the luckiest. Let's go.
The luckiest
star 712
luck is everywhere. For everyone, yeah. The luckiest
star 712
luck is everywhere. For everyone, yeah.
Doctors,
nurses,
barbers,
drivers,
bouncers,
friends,
teachers,
bankers.
Star 712
You could be the luckiest.
It's another year, another occasion to reward our marketing heroes for innovation, creativity, and excellence. Yes, the Chartered Institute of Marketing Ghana is rolling out the red carpet for the 35th CIMG Annual National Marketing Performance Awards at the Labadi Beach Hotel. The time is 7 p.m. The theme, harnessing power of AI as a transformative tool for marketers. The guest speaker, Professor Kweku Ichiahinegima, Professor of Innovation Management and Marketing. The guest of honor, Honorable Andrew Ejapa Mercer, Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture. Join us for an evening of networking, fine wine, delicious dining, dancing to great tunes as we reward innovation and creativity and transform marketing in Ghana. The date is the 7th of September 2024, Labadi Beach Hotel. The dress code, preferably the CIMG cloth or any formal attire. The cocktail reception starts at 6 p.m. For corporate table reservations, please call 055-2746-592 or 0242-307-801. CIMG, marketing means business. CIMG, working for Ghana.
Tyler Jumayefo biara awon say open any tile cement won't so. The same thing at Tylers any identify account for Weber tile cement abrebia. When you say Weber tile cement ekita global standard na ejumeko Weber Ghana na eyewo omanyi. When you say Weber tile cement yesronko chemicals ne awoni no ewo munti. Ya won yani stu a wo de beka afra. Won here cement fufuru bia bio. When you say Weber tile cement achiye eche na emu so twetan enti eba no edan ho ana abonten so tile ndia. Weber tile cement edanso na ne bo so nya den kra. Ye total no ye ni ato ne prekopedia. Nay, Weber tile cement. Yo baby Ceramica, Interstyle Ceramics, Esojaman, Skyview, Marti, Atala, Tagore, Koforidia, Cantamanto, Freyeng, 055-648-6342.
Weber, we care.
Redland Properties and Investment Limited Estate in Sassono. I will send me copy between Munimu ya. And a Yantemwa na Wun. Once you dear, 25% discount. Hey, Redland Regnant Properties and Investment Limited in Sasapapano. Ane, they were Horizon Gardens, Gomwaposon, Accra Winneba Highway, 5 minutes drive from the main road. Grove Court, Gomwa Kramai, Bay Villa, Ewutu Breku, Accra Winneba Road, Ebisu Ododowa, Amasaman, and Adamfu. Na hoto plan bi omodia ba ne say, enipa edu yo mbetimi akabo ma baton asene bie no. Bosu bia obi atua 5 Ghana cedis pe wonya wo de. Wow, ebo no so ofam kama. Aye, Regnant Properties and Investment Limited. Utua 30%. Atu ase a utumi hye wo dansie na se. Utua wi a free site plan and indenture. Wednesdays and Saturdays bia 5 a.m. Omomanfo emom kohwe site ho. Enhye kakra bi na da ho. Regnant Properties office no ewa hiva. Kasua Akweli, Waterloo Market no a. Eya frɛ won 0549 54 45 10 and 0540 46 12 76. Regnant Properties, your property, our priority.
For 15 years, Quick Credit has been your trusted partner in micro-lending, empowering lives and making dreams a reality. Today, we're excited to announce a new age. Quick Credit is now Bills Microcredit. Still committed to serving Ghanaians and changing lives, Bills is here to show you that everything is possible. Join us as we embrace a brighter future. Bills, financing your needs.
Drew Biamo, Drum Master, Apuna Papa in Fee, a Chediacasia promo no. Time so. We a Fiera, real estate developer, contractor, foreman, and Afena who see dine. A brainy. Drum Master say, better taking exterior doors. Na Amumuha, you bet your bathroom doors and not interior door. Free. Toy economy doors. Nanya a Chediabiti say, people cameras, digital door viewers, intruder alarms, key rings, bags, any a Chediapi. Yes, to economy doors, net 10. Nayancho interior door free. Adansi for mope Germany, China, Turkey, any Israel doors. Door master. Ubehu door master. Watema Community 25 at the Pa Junction. ACP Estate Junction, Kwabena. Adjacent ACP Clinic. Pobi Manto Boot. Kaswati Pa Junction. Ashala Jated October. Obeye. Opposite the Forest Reserve. In Sawam Asafweje. In Sawam overhead. Behind Kumasi Station. Suhumfianko near Islamic Girls SHS. Kumasi Ahensain. Opposite the China Mall. Freyen 0548 402640. And as a 0505 892268. Don't master Achedi Ekosiise promo. Adansi for mu DNA. Ekoye.
Me did the acrobato, me pemasum bianti, and I'm the Monkodom, me Bambo Life Insurance, I free Holland Life. And we're here, and my bushia penny, and church for my obiantia 1,000 Ghana cedis, Niamfania, or penny a year, Metiano, and was me cry. Me Bambo Life Insurance, a boy me cover me, our bra me bra, and I made them, and answer a year to me. Efa, a whole canina, a Belqua Metia, 2 Ghana cedis pet, a simple cry.
Anio, 2 Ghana cedis pet, who's who bet me. Wasumdie efa eka uprani ye yode ba ho enu one se odo ho be hye me Bambo Insurance ya the free Holland Life wo de star 269 hash e wo tell say on MTN so na dinia be ba no achi me say e simple cra nyasumdie wa bra wo hotoso se wo dachi wo Bambo pa me Bambo Insurance ya ye hye da yama wo
not a grown any penny out of you're a boy, not a way. Malaria fever, don't tabia, typhoid fever, don't tabia, body and menstrual pain, don't tabia. Cold and joints, don't tabia. Loss of appetite, mono, tabia, say a punua, tabia, Onamia, tabia, no matuna something in the tabia, Ayani Jani, tabia, I want to do one, tabia, mono, tabia.
It's is Bernard Mankwa's celebration of his Grace Peace Concert, the 17th edition. Theme, Peace Reigns. Let love resound in every heart, a joyful sound, his grace abounds. Forever true, peace reigns in me and you. Come, let's celebrate 17 years of strong harmony. Where love belongs, peace reigns at the celebration of his Grace Peace Concert. Performing live, Bernard Mankwa, Dave the Music Box, Selassie Brown, Roderick Ejekum, La Famille, TY Crew, and the Presence Band. Date, Sunday, September 22nd, 2024. Time, 6 p.m. Venue, National Theatre. Rate free. Sponsors, InnoLink, Reroy, New Professionals, Controlite, Innovate, Media Partners, Adom FM, Joy FM, Hits FM, Asempa FM, Adom TV, Joy Prime, 3 Music TV, Onya TV, Onya FM, 3FM, GH1 TV, Star FM, TV Africa, Peace FM, and OK FM.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who died yes where you?
Kwame, I done me you. I call roofing and a ceiling. Na me contract and so say. Me feni na and kwadan rocksters. One so chromo pan. What do you saying?
We contract and one nimnia ko. Ghana had here a ban of quality metal trusses, roofing sheets, plasterboard, and a POP ceiling there. Aye rocksters. And fear be brain in a rocksters. I did roofing sheet papa and who can there. As some Ghana for.
And can you say I no mu die in so a boy?
And near the foodiachi, nanko twadi bon in net and sundachi. Fre 0544 338041. Say a metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard, and a POP ceiling there. Fre rocksters. Now one chawun tum.
A bank that supports you, a bank that cares for you. Hand in hand, we stand with you. So lift your head up, big dreams are waiting. We'll walk with you wherever you go. Where all your dreams come alive, CBG will make you smile. We will rise with you. Your business will flourish. Your name will stand out. Consolidated Bank, CBG. We stand with you.
Asempa FM.
Arriba! Arriba! Ekosiisen, Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, Asempa FM. Obi nebado, biba, obibo, obiba, ode Asempa obi nebado, biba, obibo, obiba, ode Asempa obi nie, ekosisen nie. Bonsu awo minisempa de brane mamba obi so
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiisen dwumedi no masogo so a motiere ma munyina akwaba minutes to 4 p.m. make us a lawyer Edugita Tamaklo atna say e studio council akwaba na apom to saying
menua obi and eze devia na nyomre
ewie
yo echia opa echia Ghana fo nyina echia Miami NDC fo nso
so
and but who's those studio artists?
Yeah. We just all about hatch.
No great for do text messages in a
yes.
And then Nyanka says a member studio aja. You may you 1 or 2 things Emma
sure. Very important. Very important. Indeed, yen should answer me say mo campaign so far is on track. The Mwasheshe gu akwan mu bia e koso pepepe me wa.
Obi nyamencha de akoba nyina say the major things I see as far as the 2024 election is concerned.
Yes.
One, it has to do with we have a flag bearer,
yes.
We have a running mate, we have launched the campaign, we have launched the manifesto. The manifesto is supposed to and they say the other kind of social contract. Yene Ghana for Timamufu Nina Babe enter. Now the H. John Dramani Mahama, I and say, Ojitumu say one. When you be echo, say when you be ashable. Now timeline say niso. Sebio may catch what is as you be. Sebio may talk calm.
Yes.
No my timeline in 10 years time, may banner make as you be can I promise or no. And in near uni cracker. But and Pempenso ye do no. It was say oh sheboa now the timelines are so. Into which the H. John Dramani Mahama aye to ensure accountability. And then they say share abortion bia or say within 100 days may say within 120 days may we within 90 days may we that is just to ensure say obey one accountable to the people. Now obine can asem what cannot be measured then better not promise because it's the ability to measure no in the Buaman for a tracky the Juma wire day why inti I say performance indicators. The we biano, what the KPI at the total. Inti we waka say within 100 days may abolish e-levy. May yet. Inti Enko Bane say after 100 days, after no about better answer so much law. So okase within 100 days may set it up and I say may make sure say the 10% betting we know. That is what it is. Intino the yaya no say ye make sure say at the end of the day no there are strict timelines on key promises are and that is how we are going to run the campaign.
But some of those promises now outside the control of the executive. In the emphasis say abolish betting tax because a tax into parliament and a passe. It has to go back to Parliament for that to be done. No?
You see, I always say, in the superior wisdom of the framers of the Constitution 1992, Omo anticipates the lawmaking can be done in two ways. A bit me go through the normal consideration, first, second reading, and others. In the SIO, the friend a certificate of urgency.
Of urgency, sure.
So it depends on what you want to do. If the thing matters to you and you want to do it now and then, you can go through by way of certificate of urgency.
And get it
it's
done.
always been the willingness to do it. And H. John Dramani Mahama also look, these are promises that are so dear to me. It is the promises on which I have gotten the mandate of the people. And for that matter, I need to treat it with utmost urgency.
And almost has strict timelines, meaning the anticipation is the NDC would also form the next majority in Parliament.
We are
easy to do.
Obi, I have no doubt at all that even per the 2020 election result, we were beyond getting the majority. I am aware of a few things that happened. It's gone. But again, under the able leadership of our director election, Dr. Omanhene Buama, ably assisted by my good friend Yaira, Tanko Computer, and my brother, what the name? I'll just.
The deputies are two,
no, there are three.
Oh, they are okay.
Now, Osei sa enkrofo we are yenemu eye jumana. Thankfully, omo de omo eyes ato nyoma mienu miensa biso, and it is working well. I am not permitted to make certain, disclosures. But I can confidently tell you, so we'll do very well in Parliament. We will do very, very well where I sit and where I see. And look, this election for us, Obi, I tell you, it is like Ghana's second independence. Yeah, that is how we are seeing
mindset.
Yes. It's like Ghana's second independence. I strongly believe that the first person that we had to contend with, the lives of the people who fought the Christian Ball Council and others, they contended with the British colonialists. We have a different set of colonialists. And they have ravished the country. They have plundered the country. its resources, among other things. And so we have gotten to the point where, Obi, there is only one thing that Ghanaians are expecting now. And that expectation is that we should reset this country. This country had gotten to the point where it requires a reset. And I use this classic example. After Second World War, the United States of America had a Secretary of State called Marshall. After Second World War, the U.S. had to quickly come out with the economic recovery plan, which is popularly called the Marshall Plan. The essence was that, look, Europe and America needed capital injection of about $13 billion. By 1943, in the space of 7 years, Europe was on the verge of recovery. That is the state where Ghana had got into. And Obi, if you permit me just 5 minutes, let me just show you something. You have a situation where Obi, Obi, you do empempenswa, a baby tieniyo, ako Eurobond market, just Eurobond market. From 2017, almost 2.25 billion Franklin Templeton bonds. 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. Within this year, just barely 4 years, 5 years, $11 billion of Eurobond. Abambi anye bida. Obi, na se ohwe sika aba aban ho, and I have challenged leading members of the NPP. Can you account for $1, every single dollar of the 11 billion Eurobond? They can't do it.
Why can't they? When this bond went through Parliament and every such document called Parliament, no? Okay.
That's not what happened here.
Okay.
I want to say this on record. The worst Parliament we've gotten was the Parliament presided over by Michael Quay.
That should be the 7th Parliament.
The Parliament presided over Michael Quay. It's the worst Parliament we have gotten. No accountability. That Parliament, yes, our Parliament, now causing the current economic problem. They just gave Akufo-Addo a blank check, and he abused it. Look, Obi, I feel so sad. I don't want to say these things because it gets to me. Because you see, you advise people, go and buy government bonds. Because I buy bonds there from traditional and classical economics. How much I say government security there is safe. What to NIPA for? What to businessmen and Crawford for? So I buy bonds there, and you're safe and secured. Into Koto. No, I sorry one morning. I buy a friend of clients saying, "Yeah, you beat me at you. Yen way. The pain in the hearts of people. Now, Obi Yahu, you know, when retired Supreme Court judge, Chief Justice of our court demonstration.
Picketing.
Oh, say a demo. Say picketing, walking, a demonstration.
A form of demonstration.
Constitution.
Sure.
The right to demonstrate. Whatever form it takes. But for the first time in the history of this country, listen carefully. A Chief Justice will retire on her salary. A Chief Justice onyashi the OPBA onya. But for her, out of conviction, courage, say obeko kwanso, ako Piketty is the lowest we have seen. And listen, Obi, Mati Yamahame Sofa Akufo, Osei, the domestic debt program it was worse than military intervention. Because you see, Obi Ejuma as lawyers, Sebio lawyer ni nko Sebio pension.
Yeah.
Usika o nyano. O they talk treasury bills. O they talk investment instruments or rental income.
Sure.
With a view say Sebio Sasabro started Echewa u BP and now diabetes ubetimi fall on it. Do you know how much people lost in the DDEB? Have you asked yourself? 61 billion Ghana cedis.
In total.
61. No government since Nkrumah's time has ever committed this atrocity on Ghanaians before a BC da. Obi why? Bonnie Ben Ghana for 61 billion Ghana cedis. Let anybody challenge me. That's how much people lost by way of interest payment and principal. Bonnie Ben on my warrior by TNU. Ye tua trauma. Ye bibia ma. What the answer say, obey prudent. No, I trace canoe so mom. When you're 11 billion in Euro bond. What the Franklin Templeton bond they come out, that's $13 billion. Do you know $13 billion? Yeah, bobo, sir. A bit me if you are from here to Tamale. When you say then you say you are broke one morning. How did it happen?
Yeah, but they've explained how it happened. The explanation doesn't make sense to you, and now say what about government has told you challenge I will go through when this train disaster hit your mind. They've told you when teachers were not even working, they were still being paid, no government worker was sacked. Then took money to do those things. No?
Obi, Sebio, my first degree me economics.
Yes.
Intimate nkuntambu hu kakra. Sebi mo biambe. You see, I don't like it when people insult the intelligence of Ghanaians. First of all, what's a COVID ebai ana? Abai the budget kwa. Uwo expenditure side
and a revenue side.
Side. Emre PNT balance your budget into the and say ebi abebo bosia kakra the account so that we can balance the budget. Into the BIA finance a deficit no. Either say you back to borrow additional money and now say treasury bills and your money. Okay. And I will say COVID-19. Say you COVID ever a 2020. And yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So outside the budget I was preparing in 2019. Okay, 2020 budget about November 2019.
Sure.
Okay. Into what projected or revenue the Obenya. Okay. At the end of the day, Sebi, aside everything, our revenue in 2020 was more than the revenue you got in 2019.
Yeah, based on the projections.
Absolutely. No, and yet beyond actual revenue,
okay,
exceeded what you obtained when there was no COVID.
Okay.
Second, when you have special drawing rights, the opportunity to go for special drawing rights, that's $1 billion.
Yes.
Osanya rapid credit facility, another $1 billion. That's $2 billion. But for Onya Saisikano, a gain to you, a money to you.
Yes.
Good. In a World Bank, it's amount 600 million. And so count. So that's already $2.6 billion. Korea amount $85 million. Germany so amount almost $60 to $65 million. So in all, Sika Wanyano is almost 21 billion Ghana cedis.
Yes.
Okay. Obaye now also why your studies and that COVID had brought revenue shortfall of 14 billion.
Yes.
And yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. But COVID gave you 21 billion. Outside our planning. It you 14 billion no shortfall no cry efi 21 no more. COVID became a blessing to you. It's a net gain. It's a net gain. Basic. Because you see, you know the problem. The reckless 2020 election spending. It we share the data now. From 1992, the highest deficit recorded was 15%, 2020.
In an election year.
Because remember, I said, aside the 21 billion, Bank of Ghana somehow 10 billion account. And now, Refi.
I remember.
So, Osha, if the revenue loss was 14 billion Ghana cedis, if you net it against how much money came into your hands, it was a gain. But look, Emra, July 1st, 2022.
But would the revenue loss not be different from government expenditure to fight COVID, everything that came out of COVID? Because there was an expenditure to fighting COVID.
Relax.
Okay.
Who's runner?
That be ministro.
First of all, you went to Parliament.
Yes.
And told Parliament that this is a pandemic. Who be that?
Okay.
Into no fund in some court stabilization fund. No, you $200 million from the stabilization. And don't carry make way now. At the exchange rate of 6 cities, it gave you 1.2 billion from the stabilization fund. We use 200 million for payment of health workers. And
yes,
54 million Ghana cedis for free food, free water, hot meals. And 600 million to support businesses in a free electricity. Add up 1.2 billion. That money was from the stabilization fund. COVID is what gave you access to that money.
Yes.
So what are you talking about?
But
so even your COVID expenditure, the extraordinary COVID expenditure, are the things I've listed?
No. When Obi a contracted arena, from time I'll be contracted to time I'll be told. Hospital I'll be called in Ra or Benom. Sandy man, send out by a testing I be your new
relax. Testing a airport, dear Nana.
Darby, and your airport.
Good. Into a bind testing we now know ye no. What's a bind take him? When Auditor General reports on COVID-19, when we that?
Yes.
Why?
Mashepa.
Where so?
Mashepa.
Okay. What kinds of reports now? A chairman will say, 500 million Ghana cedis of that COVID money was spent outside GIFMIS. GIFMIS, a Minister of Finance.
Sure.
Under the Public Financial Management Act. Why do you think a finance minister will spend 500 million out of GIFMIS? Because the GIFMIS mechanism is for accountability.
A bit tracking.
Baby, Echo. Sebio, the special audit on COVID-19 was not done by Domelebo.
Sure.
Just for the record. It was done by the Auditor General Nanado Ankasa appointee. Johnson, I think his name is Johnson. The work should say 500 million Ghana cedis of COVID funds were spent outside GIFMIS. Now, do you know the shocking part? Over 11 billion of COVID money, government calls it budgetary support. They don't tell you what it was used for. Abu Abe didn't budgetary support. Obi. What practicing journalism we are checking? Obana Babe Chairman, Sebio, or run program we know producer. Also, to organize this show, I friend of Ekosiisen every day, you hear a budget of 2,000. That budget, no, you had 1,000 to internet because we want to do live streaming. Every gentleman crow for bar, you bear brother Joe, Eddie Amomo, and then Katia, and it's you, and also 500 cities. It be a transport. 2,000. Minya Sankran, your friend Dominic. You see, at the end of the day, would be sound. They said, Dominic, sa 2,000. Who you see here? Then obey me. I can say, oh, Obi, me the 1,000. Eddie your way, me the way. Now, Akufo-Addo, first of all, the government resisted doing the audit on COVID. Then July 1st, we announced going to the IMF. The IMF made it a precondition. Say, see who they use COVID sikano at the year. And no crown a man are buying a penny so my year COVID and yes, are buying a pet because it became a condition for the IMF program. And now, wow, Auditor General in a debate to just say over 11 billion Ghana cedis of COVID money. Yeah, besides so the they are also we use it for budgetary support. What does it mean?
Yeah, but even in the...
Was it for consumption?
Even in the Public Financial Management Act, you know, say even with oil revenue, there is a portion of ABFA. It just goes to support the budget. And under that omnibus name of budgetary support. So why are you surprised? Say, wait, they also almost state here the crop pot when it comes to budgetary support.
Extraordinary. Remember, so already you had prepared your budget already.
Yes.
What prepare your budget the year before?
Yes.
Now, the winning crashing will be a friend no COVID,
beba.
It's Sika win here for your road, unim. Sika win here for hospital project, unim. Anna. or they didn't anticipate?
They did.
Absolutely. And I will buy and also COVID they are into 1 year a revenue shortfall of 14 billion. But at the same time, no 1 year sika a year over 1 billion. Bank of Ghana crash amount 10 billion the account. So sika na ye bisa you sika what the year then? Because as for the 1.2 billion now, onya from the 200 million from
stabilization fund no.
Obienim
the other koye.
Who use 54. Also they told Eduane 21 days lockdown Accra, Tema and Greater Kumasi. Who use 54 Edema Hot Mills. Who the anchor say no credit. And now why was so Tio 600 million or they bought small businesses. And now another 2-something million or they bought a hospital and nurses for premium health insurance and any free water, free electricity. And why is that when you against the 21 billion an hour? Remember, say that $200 million dollars is separate from Sasikaya account. And then if the stabilization fund under the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. And why is that now? And we are back to square one. Do you know where the problem is? Obi. You see, a man Mahama Befia Bemu, and go back to the data. There are 3 major budget line items in the budget. 1, salaries and emolument. 2, interest payment and amortization. And a statutory payment.
Yes.
Osha, now because we took over, President Kufuor announced by January 2009 the implementation of single spine. Inti Prosamio Seba no oni organized labor a year negotiation, so obey defer for 1 year.
Yes.
2010 and was started the implementation. It brought about spillover expenditure. In Joshua, for the first time, number 1 budget line item became
salaries and emolument.
Asempa FM.
From 2017, the reverse. It became interest payment and amortization. That was where the money was going. Now you know the painful part. You know the painful part. At the time when you were accumulating debt, your finance minister was benefiting.
His company?
Yes. He's the beneficial owner. And now why your company law?
Me your company law.
Who name beneficial owner?
Meaning beneficial owner.
When shares at the end of the day, dividends and others come.
Yeah.
When honor
shareholder.
Ken or a shareholder?
Obviously.
It is our difference.
Oh no, we more different. Yes. The company. But only, now, my next question based on the what can you say? Is this what grounded my promise mobile oral in the operation retrieve all loot? If I'm right with the way now. Is that the grounds for our promise? No?
Obi, I would illustrate something for you briefly. Say yedi $6 million. Akuma Obronibi. Say the architectural drawing for the National Cathedral. Yenye biblical restaurant attached to it.
Yes.
Into no all advising on doing the biblical restaurant to the cathedral.
Biblical Bible museum.
Sir. Restaurant can who?
And your biblical restaurant in a normal cafe now, okay? The Bible museum.
Bible museum.
Sure.
A can biblical restaurant. Ebi a baby a Jesus Christ have the Last Supper. What I say? Near amount $6 million. Sika no the other. Obi. Such $6 million today. The city is trading at 16.6. Such $6 million. Do you know what they can do? So you say we should leave that money for the white man? No, I'm asking you. Tell me. When I was said, Tio, over the building sky tree. And I work with you almost $2 million. Sikan why?
$2 million to do what?
I don't know. Me no can say $2 million. I want for now. I'm promise sky train. I'm sky train. Who $2 million and so I come.
Yeah, the $2 million was paid for a specific job which they've
the
done.
time will come for you to explain.
Okay.
Anna.
Okay, that's fair.
That's fair. 2. Your memoir, and I also list your gold and mineral royalties through a vehicle called first we started with Asase, then you change it to a Japan royalties.
Sure.
Yet 1 hour by say, expenditure on that program is $14 million. 16 Ghana cedis time $40 million. Say, Obi, says Kana wahi.
Expenditure in what? Consultancy?
I don't know.
But if it's consultancy, for example, and as a practicing lawyer, if your law firm is consulted to do a particular job,
so
that's why you say Jumana, you would be paid. When you are paid, say eventual thing now happen now, why should you accept any blame?
I said, oh man, I need to know the law causing financial law.
Sure.
And
sure.
So about what said that you can anticipate a particular thing happening. What pay $40 million of taxpayers' money? We never got it. Why did Ibrahim Adams go to prison? Quality grade.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Say Ghana equality before the law.
Sure.
It's as simple as that.
Come and answer.
Just come and answer.
Okay.
Provide the justification for the use of the $14 million. So you come and you say, I paid Gabby's law firm this amount of money
for this work done.
Yeah, share invoices. Yeah, we. Question: at what time was the expenditure done? Because remember, so right from the beginning, Parliament started raising issues. 2, you've read the Attorney General legal opinion on Ejapa. So were those expenditures done when the Attorney General had given a clear indication? So the terms were onerous against the Republic. So if you did that, obviously that would be reckless. So a time is coming, and the platform to retrieve, it's like asset recovery. Investigations should be done. And where we have to recover, recoveries will be done. I think you should support
through the due process of law.
If you look at John Dramani Mahama and the politics away from, I mean, when he became public from 97 till now, he has always been a friend of due process.
Yes.
At the end of the day, it's not going to be some kangaroo kind of thing. No, due process. What does the laws of this country require to be done in those circumstances?
Yes.
That will be done.
Because I made that point because maybe how the narrative around oral is going. And maybe that party supporter now want to say, oh, yes, for ye diska, ye buy ye babe sika, ebe go through due process. No, the court will find nothing wrong was done, and those people will be freed. Now, I'm sure there will be some anticlimax for some supporters of the NDC.
No.
That's why I think that there should be some moderation in how you.
There is no issue of moderation.
Okay.
The law does not. All the law requires is due process.
Due process, sure.
There's nothing like moderation when it comes to the rule of law. Have you taken the person through what is required by law? If you have, period. And I can assure you that John Dramani Mahama,
or the due process, by
due process at the end of the day. That's what is bringing on board. But I can assure you that as for the recovery of anything looted, I mean, look, Uncle Manasseh, he used to be with you. Where is the justification for spending over $1 billion Ghana cedis on SML? Obi, 1 billion. Now, by government is.
But they will show you work done, and if they show that work done. Why you think they don't have any?
No, the panel has the opportunity to show you now. On it's not no show. Have you read the KPMG report?
I have.
It's over 300 pages. You should take time and read. It's the most terrible piece of thievery ever done to Ghana. And I have my own personal differences with my brother Manasseh. I say he's my brother because we have a common connection, Kratchi.
Okay.
Yes. So when we meet, we speak the Kratchi language. Look, we have our differences. But I want to salute him on the SML investigation. Because you see, If they had extended it into the gold mineral way, and almost extending into petroleum, do you know that they were going to make $36 million annually on our oil?
Yeah, but if they had work to show for that, if they had saved the country some money, and for which reason they are being paid that as a percentage, what's wrong with that?
Show what work. The work that SML were doing, MPA was doing the same thing. And when the issue came out, the MPA boss now was interviewed by Manasseh. What was the justification? And Obi, you think we should look at PDS? Obi, look at PDS. Look, we should never. Do you know, say the whole PDS was because of Akufado's family? You know that?
How so?
When Osei the PDS, TG Energy Solution, Miracle, and all of those things, Ken Oforiatta wrote a letter for the redistribution of the shares. What was that for?
To Ghanaian companies. What's wrong with that?
Perfect. Maybe our question be earlier. Okay, so companies. Who were the beneficial owners? Ghana, your price asset called ECG. That's what we wanted to do to it. We will investigate it. You see, it's incumbent that that is done. Look, you have a situation where a finance minister, if you look at the public financial management regulations, how much is borrowed is determined by the finance minister. Then, having determined how much obe borrowed, no one start determining so on the company into the full. So the company into the full year. No one decided say member commission say 1% to say 0%. What be that? Obi wa wuti studio ha. Una who produce Ekosiisen say it is your show. You do it on behalf of multimedia. And yes, sir. Multimedia, some were shareholders.
Sure.
Now the shareholders are you and I in this conversation. Ghana 4. In the affair, you Juma Mayen. Utimi could borrow $2 billion. We are now so what bon sama so why you Juma pan intino and ne crowd the whole party any kinky and fish any watch it. Where dear we no near Nina Kodano. No, I said to you, commission view.
But the law on conflict of interest is clear. And a way when you see that can potentially happen, how to cure that mischief.
Like,
and if in the decision making on which company will do that job, the person of the finance minister was not part of that decision making.
And you have that.
No, I'm just saying.
So that's why there's the need to investigate the circumstances. Don't you agree?
Oh, no, I agree.
Perfect.
I agree.
So, again, like I make the point, due process will be done. Okay. So, I want us all to get this clear.
But won't you think, says Obiunsoka say, this is a government and this is a president or 4 years, at least based on the constitutional injunction, to do what he's supposed to do? Would he spend all his time going after recovery of loot when there are, and there is an economy to run, an economy to rescue, and on a day now, be catch any pakro.
So when you are chewing corn, you can't walk.
You can walk, obviously.
Oh, we are brewing to me, Nante. I want to know grass that.
Metene grass kakra.
What na mana you were brew?
And
you will be a friend of multitasking. Or man penny at the end of the day, economic management team. What the economy did they show monster? Sir Monshia Sona Moya Mame.
Yes.
Who Minister of Agric. What's a mini Mr. Ye Juma Mame. What the Anna say? My manifesto promises in some of my Greek sector no make sure so I am mame. Who minister or be in charge of Attorney General Department blah blah blah. Ye Juma Mame. Who finance minister? Who transport minister? Obi ayene Juma.
Obi edini lane.
Obi ayene Juma. So whether 4 years or 3 years, what and that is why I said something. Say already no one making timelines. Who say 100 days in May way? Said you. The law to abolish e-levy. All the president will do is to convey cabinet meeting.
Sure.
A decision is taken by cabinet. The attorney general is instructed. You draft the Electronic Transaction Act repeal law or whatever, it goes to Parliament, is repealed. You mean he can't do that? The betting law, you mean he can't do that? As we speak now, there is what we have, the Emission Levy Act. It's still in our statute. In fact, President Akufo-Addo assented to it. You mean it cannot be done? You'll be doing this while doing that. It's all question about what? Multitasking.
Okay.
Permissible.
The other thing, before you get the opportunity to do something, there was a moving elections first.
Perfect.
To win the elections, it's now the credibility of more promises.
Perfect.
And for the purpose of Nkomo we share what is in the manifesto for. Maybe we start with legal education.
Perfect.
The last time your senior Maxwell Opoku-Agyeman was here.
Yes.
Good. The ono kan yes say ewo MPP manifesto nim ne say omomu proposal for legal education ne say they are looking at converting the Ghana School of Law into a council for legal education. Sa council no ebewo department under it into curricular department, monitoring evaluation, ombewo more ebe organize the standardized bar exams and all of that. It's a regulation. And then they allow the faculties to do the LLB and run the professional.
When somebody is suffering from drunkenness, now Osei, the name of the drinking spot.
Yes.
What's solving a problem?
Darby. But say, how does it relate to?
Yes. Your law school.
Yes.
And their own friend of law school.
Yes.
But our friend of regulatory we are. And you're the same thing.
It's the same thing.
Yes. They will still be conducting whatever you want.
Yes.
And,
yes.
What we are saying now and here and there, and then they say, and if you look at, in fact, manifesto they're very clear. We believe the solution to this problem is that you have a base organization, so like the General Legal Council. Then the faculties.
Yes. Yes.
Maybe University of Ghana.
Yes.
Obi Akoye Gimpa, Kumasi. Okay.
Yes.
Now you can accredit all these people.
Yes.
Say, law of evidence. Sebi. Mano da sumnaso. Obi ochre me law of evidence. Justice Brobe.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay. Okasi Justice Brobe may share the same course. Our law faculty, he can do it.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Into the law of evidence, we also be called a specialized place as well.
Sure.
Civil procedure. May he so rest in peace. Justice Mafusa on the chair. Okasi, Onipani may share the same thing. Our the now called Ghana School of Law, University of Ghana. Won't me. Okose uncle chair that same thing work here university won't me. Ethics and advocacy. Okase ni panenko chair side no okuma say KNUST School of Law won't me. UCC won't me. Ni ewia ye nyina ne abetro ye common by exams. Ne how they say.
Okay, and this is the promise of the NDC.
Yes. And you see Obi Menka sometimes I feel passionate about this. Me LLB. Obi an can say me cultural entrance exams. As my admission even into a law school. Obi an can say. The people who are advocating for this, none of them wrote an entrance exam to go to law school.
Sure.
Are they not good lawyers?
They are.
So what's the problem?
Yeah, but what they are advocating now, they are not. They are not maintaining entrance exams. So what they are saying is, the faculties will run the LLB.
Why are you making it like there's no government in place?
There is.
Government in the term about
Dabi.
For the past 8 years, then you.
They say the status quo.
So what are you talking about? You are making it look like Mr. Diaoba, Professor Opoku-Agyeman has not been part of this system. What he is advocating for, it cannot be done now. The amendment he came here and advocated, it cannot be done now. Obi, what are you talking about?
But in that
don't create an impression, say, Adia Sebio, Messinia, Abet Naha Akano. It is only 2025 that it can be done. Is that what you are saying?
But in that same vein, your critics would also say, sir, John Mahama was president. The things you've put in the manifesto now relative to legal education, then why didn't you do it? Because it was still a problem at the time.
Okay. So didn't Ghana fall to about 2016?
So 4 years be Kotuaba.
And yes, sir. There was a change.
Oh, okay. You mean why did they vote for change?
Yes.
Because they were not happy with what was happening at the time.
And so wanted what?
A new things to be done.
And so after 8 years, then you say what? Obi, please. I beg you. You see, you campaign on a platform of change, not continuity. If it was the case, say, in 2016, the NPP campaigned on the platform of continuity, yet was so. And now, me claim me na hanka sa asem no, because me can so who promises say oh tua de na ekoso no. O hwa, say arise and vote for what? Change. 8 years after change, who say change? And that is why Obi, I have always asked this question. Permit me and help me today. What exactly is the Bawumia campaign? Is it change or continuity? The overall Bawumia campaign for 2024, is it change or continuity?
Bold solutions.
Obi.
Nasa unte bold solutions.
Say, campaign are fought within two thematic areas.
Yes.
Change or continuity. What is it for Bawumia in 2024?
Maybe I was saying
you are a strong, strong advocate. Mibisa say, going into the 2024 election, is Bawumia preaching change? And if he's preaching change, change from what? If he's preaching continue, or it's a hybrid, change and continuity.
That's the feeling I get.
So what are they seeking to change, and what are they seeking to continue?
Those are the details. Maybe also a more mobile catcher.
Obi, you have interviewed leading members of.
But you've also listened to them. Why don't you have answers? But somebody just sent me a reminder. Said in my interview with Maxwell Opoku-Agyeman, he made a point. Said in 2015, he sent a proposal on the reforms to legal education that CCA proposing in their manifesto. No, at the time as the acting director of the law school, but I say manfa nyejuma.
Obi Mr. Enidiemu Maxwell is a full-blooded MPP member. Proposal no when we Akufo-Addo. Say onona ode Charlotte say petition for her removal. O kon wen kra some proposal for legal reform. One fan can. Afina ni aba na ho so. Ana Akufo-Addo ntie. Or Akufo-Addo sebio o de proposal at the corner on Peninsula. Anything I mean besides, so what exactly is the message? Is it change or continuity? But you see, Obi sir, what will do different?
Yes.
You see, hindsight is a very powerful tool. Hindsight, the benefit of hindsight. And usually, I don't want to be brave from a safe distance. Patapa. Because when you say baby issue no one baby want to know distance main penisa. Wujina jano the who no different. So John Dramani Mahama, Nyamia and Adom, wanya the benefit the friend of hindsight. In putting up this year manifesto, no, the young ye any that kukua Nancy behavior. We are saying you know wo team. Wonko team into kwakoye. Into the area and they say, you're setting up a research think tank, but owned by the party, called LAP.
LAP.
L-A-P. Into the LAP, no, na Professor Danso Boafo, Edano. Mami, no, ye litanom. In almost started call grounds. It is a law student, and no matter. What do you think should be the best way? and for my experience cross jurisdictional legal education obi or wako Harvard obi or you are calling him to the New York bar obi or wako the inn and then your man say how come that they are able to work in the UK with this system or in the US but we can't do the same. Overall there's a common a consensus say the obet me aye say sebi you one sir, because Sebio, and I pray for you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 6 subjects, part 1. And
yes.
Part 2. Oh yeah.
7 subjects, 2 consolidated, so it becomes 6. Yeah.
But overall 6.
Sure.
Into oh yeah 6, part 1. No, I bear 6.
4, part 2.
Part 2.
Yeah.
And I will him say yeah, why him opa ofeli to a oh yeah ni na bom bi. Okay. Sarkosis ni na wa ye part 1. Sebio opa chere say wo de Sarkosis ni nyina akọ faculty of law and a law school e wo KNUST a omo nya nkrofo be chere sa ne ma no
ombenya
good wo de set of subject no de call
Central
University a omo nya nkrofo
ombenya
wo de call UCC a omo nya Legon me baby a Sebio nya me ya madoma me call ye ombetimi aye. Then at the end of the day, if it's a common bar exam,
and a common bar exams.
Natural.
And so with that, when what becomes of the Ghana School of Law?
So Cecilia Crown, General Legal Council and its annual.
Yes.
Would you know better like the body that will be conducting the exam? That's all. Nothing more, nothing else. Nothing more.
No, General Legal Council.
Osei and they are building Asema.
Okay.
Osei Sawe. It's now for ABCD.
Yeah.
You are gone. Sebio, accountants, send your trauma, dear. School bena yo moko.
So I'm mostly more Muslim or no macro exams.
And now munya accountants.
They are.
And
that's all. But the difference is that lawyer,
you see, Obi,
with the law, the study of the law, it cannot be like say you cannot do it's not possible. You know that.
You see, my conscience doesn't allow me to defend the current system.
Sure, I agree.
And the reason is that maybe we a faculty straight to Makola. Man go no entrance exam.
Yeah.
Why are we putting all those systems in place? So how do I come and sit here and defend something that man go through?
One go through.
And Sebio, the people who are even using it now didn't go through it. Where is the fairness? Obi, what would draw entrance exam?
Yeah.
And me know didn't come Obi. In fact, on Friday, a Musa control, I am Musician Kwan a one crop for BP. Into by the time I'll be in law school now cry high blood pressure. Why? Obi, why? So young people are, and this one I'm speaking to young people. Obi a lawyer and he's asking when fan. But I'm speaking to the young people of this country. From Umbofra Brim. Yawo wana ya searching for a lawyer. Because if you are not be we be crying no a lawyer near so sen.
Yeah.
And we're having a dream. But at every stage there's one impediment on the other. Minimum crofar entrance exam on my throne is 4 times. The only thing that is keeping them going. And then they say, what that burning desire
to become a lawyer.
Yan can the base or law school and Casson. What's a room where you know? So, only more patient 50 mark. No. Obi.
Oh, God.
It would me say law school stand cranny the strategy. Questions no bar. Why who make it so the question the hour here? It only 15 now when you're 13 be now only
a balance.
Yeah, done blaster coaches so you really where you
51 52
that's all. Me cry the na me hammer because now you are me per saba. That be intimidate me 50 na me need that so operation 50 marks. Obi, look at what we take our own people. And you see, what pains me is that I believe that as society progresses, things should rather be easy. But in our part of the world, society no progress, no. No. So the John Mahama promise is a very simple one. If you can read tort law, if you can read constitutional law, why can't you read evidence law? Law.
At the faculty.
At the faculty. Me, Emra me call law faculty. Menya enunyam for binu to say Kwame Jan. Or try me movable property. Prof Ashikote.
Yeah.
Prof Kumado.
Yeah.
Prof Kwashiganom. Omune chema de. O say sangro for mu bia ni ho bet me actual law of evidence. Adabraka. Adabraka. Omit me actual krama na ye kama. So we have a clear, plan for law students. And that plan is simple. The faculties, or now, baby, it's almost into
law schools, yeah.
They should be able to teach those courses.
They will do the theory and do the professional.
That's all.
Omuria, you come and sit for a common bar exams. Opase, you are called to the bar. Very well. Very well.
Simple. And you see, in putting up this, like I told you, we consulted broadly, cross-jurisdictional, Kenya, US,
UK,
South Africa,
Canada.
I check how they do it. You see, Obi can be me, and I mean like lawyers. Oh, producing too many lawyers, the ecosystem becomes choked. And it may affect earnings and income. So, have you factored population growth and demand for legal services? The demand for legal services, is it static?
It's growing by the day.
In fact, complex legal issues are coming up every day. Yes, the only problem is that there is over concentration in the capital. Yeah. That's the only problem. Yeah. But uko bebia, the obeya obe didn't kwan the obey. And so we strongly believe. And you see, Obi, look at the 3 northern regions. How many law faculties do we have there?
I'm not sure it will be more than 10.
One. In fact, it was even today. Now, I'm a professor, Kwejo Apia. No Chairman International Law.
Oh, okay.
On the ground, they draw my attention. Said there is 1B in Wa. The 5 Savannah. That's Savannah.
Northern, northeast, into Wa and Abolga, east and west.
5 northern regions. Only 1 law faculty. Into 1 back Cape Coast, 1 back Kumase, 1 man Kraya. Me wa madam Fubia, Ofitama Leba Sunyane, private law faculty. Every weekend.
A new one, or maybe I said Greenfield or
something like that. Yeah. Into Onufi Tamale. Every weekend, no aba. Tamale. Sunyane. No abenya faculty studies. About why? So, our program is simple. Take legal education to the people. As close to the people as you can.
Asempa FM.
And we believe, say, if it's about who a family member is or was, so a lawyer need that. You be no lawyer for. So the opportunities are here. Once we are alive, we have a responsibility to ensure, say, Sanyomanu will get closer to many of our compatriots. Obi, say Ufi Tamale, Abenya Anaboga, Ananavrungu, Ebankrai, Kumasi, UCC, to get legal education. Aside the fees, the living, your books.
Yeah, the books.
The
books. Yeah.
I just a busia, a mortgage, a busia sase. Now how many there will be? So Obi, this thing is I am so passionate about it. Because you see, I am just putting myself in the shoes of many young people. Yeah. Look, me, in Quanta Secondary School, I'm a choir. And I'm by University of Ghana. And I'm by law faculty. And I'm a lawyer. There's a young boy or young lady, or no, or baby or wale. Before they do tamale, or require 2 hours or maybe 1.5 hours. Obi or nyakbanduri garu tempane or dream to become a lawyer. But before bet me having access on here by road 3 hours and so do. I mean, we can make things a bit easier for our people.
That's true. That's true.
And that is why
question I'm person was I say in Momo plan no because I asked this question to lawyer Maxwell Kwabena, and I did because mitie monsomo plan any or it seems there are some similarities in what you want to do for legal education reforms, but the backlog or more will go through faculty cry LLBCC or per se or Ghana School of Law untimi enkoi in the plan or monomobe.
Oh, one would say one of the things are your opportunity, the FN amnesty.
Yes.
Right? So you can always generate the mechanism to quickly clear that backlog.
Okay.
And it's just a matter of action. In fact, to be honest, when we say in the past, Encrophobic be a lawyer for. Do you know how they became lawyers? Omuni faculty studies.
Okay.
They just went straight to the law school. Yes. In fact, from the early 1960s at the corner, most of the civil servants who became lawyers and others, go and find out how they did it.
Yeah.
It's, you see, law is a mechanism, it's a social engineering tool. It is the old panel, me my law now day, I accommodate you know. All you need is, what do you want to do with the backlog? Give them an amnesty and work it out for them. We check the number, plus or minus, they are not even up to 3,000. So if a year we are able to produce like 1,000 last year, we can say this year, because we want to start something, we are giving a general amnesty, even for the purposes of even entry or whatever, to clear that
backlog.
And then we start from a clean slate. That is permissible. It's just and that's why I'm saying that the law is a tool for social engineering. Where do you want to go? What is your destination? How is it looking like? How do you want to get there? The law can always fix that solution.
Counsel, lawyer Edwin Tamakloni, no aiding director legal for the NDC. We are trying to understand NDC manifesto, no the omuwa wom edema legal education reforms, constitutional reforms, and only a whole topic I shall na yen sorry enko, and then the new things they want to do relative to good governance, relative to new legislation. So but you didn't come out for oral, which is the operation to recover all loot. One of the major campaign promises at the NDC.
And they may salute him, Osman, Mahama Yariga.
Oh, okay. Osman
Ayariga. Deputy National Youth Organizer. Only a group of dedicated young people to start the conversation on Aura. We believe that some of the things can be recovered even now with the benefit of political will. And so today, Omoko Ministry of Finance, massive. And you see, Obi, I tell you something. There is a huge call out there for accountability. Obi, the call out there for accountability is no joke. You see, I'll tell you something. One with Kamala Harris.
Yes.
The Democratic Party at your convention about 2 weeks ago.
Sure.
One will say, ne speech, one can say, ne boss, Biden aye nyoma wompe. What in his speech? Throughout Kamala Harris in his speech, Mantise wakasi o me boss ne pass this law, me ba me chum. Because you see, there's something about leadership. Yes, nkrofo mienu esun fidi abako nkohwe. Ana
ye number nu so ye number nu ne kokohwe.
There's wisdom in that native saying. Trust issues. Sebi okohwe fidie na oba na obeka si o koye no uhu akokohwe de nan ba akopɛ na wo fidie nu mu a o ada ga na obeji we
be se de age de.
Ebia na e no kre. Intino the presidential concept I adopt here. The president and the vice are a unitary, indivisible pair. It's na Osha or Mamuhan, Sebi, Manoda Sunaso. So, man, Penifiwa, you don't conduct a fresh election for the vice or take it over at once. Because in the superior wisdom of the framers of the Constitution, they didn't have a vice president as a mate. It's a co-driver.
But man, penny fimwa, it depends on the years I occur to the next election.
No. I beg you. The only thing that it does is that if Sebio or Manpenny immediately on the term within 2 months we film.
Yes.
One won't mean yet 2 terms separate. That's the vice. Won't mean yet 2 terms separate. Sure. But say over twice immediately is guaranteed. But so what it means is that Sebio, president, a wune.
Yes.
Or what 3 more years on the term. Who take you over? You take over automatic. We will not conduct fresh elections for you.
Even with 3 more years to go?
Even with 3 more years. Now, say, Ebia, aka a few months, send a term be expire. Now we'll take you over. We will 2 full terms on your own. That's the only distinction.
It means say over 3 more years to go. Now vice president who completes our 3 years now. Not just say who vice president who need another 2 terms. You
can only do one full term plus that 3 years now.
Okay, I think it's clear. Yeah.
But say Uber twice only there, a automatic because the ticket is indivisible. A unitary, a one, a demo four, and so. This whole proposition, bizarre proposition, say, Obi your mate, and ne. But some mate need to make us who are implementing 33 policies. I don't understand.
The boss man, the crime say on ye.
No. Now, one more crime say, yeah. On what basis now, baby, now I can't show your mate.
So we made now driver say, oh, wait there. Maybe I'm a breaker can't win also Jichi Kakra and I'm about to take you over there.
Mate, I will
drivers to me, my mates, no quiet Kakra.
It's in no way a driver knew.
To be like a spare driver.
And you see, A.G. John Dramani Mahama has always said this, that the concept of the vice president is to make you a spare driver, not a mate. You see, the whole idea of mate was introduced into the political conversation to shake somebody's responsibility. And there is one attribute of leadership. Never run away from responsibility. Obi, aha we Sebio. One day bia obe frere or resource person be. No, I can't say man here so obeka. You have 2 things to do.
Okay.
The first is to say, well, I'm sorry. It shouldn't have happened. The next is to say, now Dominic is a or friend, Edwigi. You are running away from responsibility. That is the scenario. And do you know why? Do you know why we have to contend with this scenario? You see, me, Sebio, O started hyping me too much. I become worried. Obi, as a personal philosophy, O started hyping me too much. I know I'm very worried. The hype on Bamia was too much and was unnecessary. That is what has created a problem for him. Because you see, when the impression is created, say we are economic messiah. To the point, Christ, you cry to me for a whiskey, economic whiskey. In the economy, no. I show you. I mean, my study economics for Lagos. Near what course be a friend economy of Ghana. Level 200. Economy of Ghana course no. Ebe humble Ghana economy. And responding to anything. It will humble you. It will not say for a hype about the economy.
be suspicious of the hype. And so you see, unfortunately, what about Dr. Bahamia, university education relative to economics were outside. Outside, and so your interest rates, even 1 percentage point, krana.
A problem.
No, the impact is felt. Ghana, how baby be an economy needs a baby or no? A movie. That's the difference. So when he started the lecture, Central University, na ene wabesian koha no abe, and look at the name, so distinguished lecturer, whatever series.
Yes.
And the economy, no. The last time will be Bisano or say, if I resolve all the economic problem now, what would I be left to do tomorrow? But mean a miracle later amendment or see if laughing emoji no any day.
Because maybe he said that in jest.
Sir.
That's the message miracles put out.
Minya obiti aboso kan sisi a wotie no. The dollar TNU is 16.6%. Ghana cedi to $1. Onyaso obey some urgent transaction. And I wouldn't say we are moving from September to October. I think orders.
Christmas orders. No?
Christmas orders. Onyasika. Now Otie say the chairman of the economic management team now, and yes, obi a oba Oba betie say ni dadwene ni BPA ni blood pressure cost through because of exchange rate. Opesu ntie bibi enye den emfi wo ho no. Na waka we nyina wia o si emfa laughing emoji enka ho. At this critical moment, na sebio baby a dollar ye do no ye to asida. Where the dollar had gotten to, ninjuma ye to ye asida. Unim onipa ye friend no emparonero.
Person checking paluta nyomana.
In this critical moment, we say a show, say dollar na do 16. Obi.
La head digital uploading. My main kind final machine here no my name sorry.
Na baby a dollar ye do you know. O shen crofo roba. Etro mo say a show mo. Na wo dey wo dance. Obi, do you know what is happening? And I maybe say Emperor Nero unimu no.
Why day?
Embra now Rome burning. No sa. Rome was burning and Emperor Nero was fidgeting. Na obonsenku when Rome was burning. Ghana is at the verge. Ghana's economy had effectively collapsed. We are struggling to even service our external debts. Yeah, painful haircuts. 60-year-old. Look, there was a radio station, almost for a young man. I said, my mother is about to go on retirement. And her biggest concern is what will be her retirement benefit. The young man is worried about the mother. And when he switches on his television, he sees the vice president, the chairman of the economic management.
Singing Aseda.
No, Asho.
Asho no free hefa.
And yeah, to say.
Aseda line Asho. Wa say na nenya me wa say ho na Asho no.
No, o to kwa.
E lyrics ni.
Obi.
Makuma no. No, Makuma ni. Okay, there be Asho no.
Remember assignment no. Who you are back.
They say sisi fiani bi na Makuma no.
In this critical moment, Obi, what people are looking for is comforting words. Words that will bring their blood pressure down. Words that will give them hope. Look, this is not the time for.
But he told you in the media engagement, they said, yes, times are tough. But as a country, we can count our blessings. I mean, as we speak, people are not queuing for fuel. People are not free SHS commitments are being paid by government and all of that.
We have a way of celebrating mediocrity. You expect us to queue. That's your thinking.
So that
that's what me saying. I'm telling you what he said.
Good. In America, say so. The vice president expectation is say the economy had gotten so bad. Say there should be a queue, and so if there is no queue, we should celebrate him. Hey, Obi, that celebration of mediocrity.
Edoji, there is a visually impaired student of law listening to us. Or say, good afternoon.
I think I know him.
Okay.
But,
okay. Or say, ask lawyer what the NDC will do about the accommodation of persons with disability in the judiciary, where we struggle to see such people at the forefront of justice delivery system. I'm taking the entrance exam on Friday.
First of all, I want to empathize with him. I don't know whether this is the first time he's taken it.
Yeah, this is the first time.
If this is the first time,
also school or University of Ghana,
yes, I personally want to wish him well as he prepares for the entrance exams. Now, having said that, we share your manifesto on social inclusion, among other things.
Yes.
Now, what we have decided to do is that and to be honest, my class 2013 core group, we had a visually impaired in our class.
Yeah.
One of the brilliant persons I've ever encountered. No. My uncle, Mr. Frimpong. But no, quite elderly. So he was like all of us, our father senior in class. He's doing extremely well in practice now. We have the benefits of all these Braille systems and what have you. Thankfully now, which are most of the Accra courts, the court complex, the Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, they are being typed at the same time. So all you need to do is to give them the Braille aspect of it. Then they can run together with you. Real time. They say, oh yeah, cross-examination. Oh, bisa question and type at all. The transcript or the records of proceedings. These things can be done. But some of these solutions are questions for the judiciary itself
too.
And so, again, the constitutional requirement, I respect it so much.
Independent.
I don't want the situation where I will be prescribing matters for the administrative powers of the Chief Justice. So I also need to be a bit cautious.
Yeah.
But at the level where the trading, that's executive, we would ensure that everything that is required, including the accommodation, will do that. Again, in our manifesto. And this manifesto promise is even in our 2020 manifesto. The free tertiary education
for PWDs,
persons with disability. And if you look at the disability numbers, huge. But we can finance it.
Okay.
And that is why we make this promise. Obi,
free tertiary education for PWDs, say Obi a PWD.
Yes, sir.
Na ebia oye law. Law faculty go on as the first degree.
That's
tertiary. Into your band that way, Okay, that's fine.
And now, Obi, before I make Fihano, you see, one of the things at H.E. John Dramani, under the governance we were, and in the system ministers.
Yes.
Thankfully, because I was associated with LAP, even the ministries, Nina is there already. Dabi. One who said, Yesuma according to your pay grade.
Yeah. And you be
according to your pay grade.
Yeah.
When me pay grade, some information, me do honor. But
when him say Alan GTP, but let's ministries are.
Me say, me cried here. You were all the 60, and thankfully, it was Sylvester Mensah who was working on it.
Okay.
And so I worked Meneno, and so I went through all the ministries. Intina Osha in Winneba, H. John Dramani Mahama said within 14 days, the ministers,
the cabinet ever set,
because we know these are the ministries. And Yafena Obabe aviation, transport, ports and harbors separate. No. Onim did that. Shabo.
By your 60, Baumia is promising 50. That's
one would say
that's better than Modi and
when you say you will be a friend or follow back.
follow back.
Into John Mahama can't say May 60 about a year ago. So February, Oko UPS maintain the annual by 10. So you see, Obi. Now, Sebio, before I make Fihano, you can say S Gracia ever scrap it, and we'll do that.
I know, yeah, but that's that's a broad concept. S Gracia for the people the president can control.
Yes.
But also Article 70 when you
No.
I want that clarity.
Already president that's what I can say.
Yeah.
So no and crop for executive I take here. Legislature. What would be your justification to continue? The judiciary is about shared responsibility. On Cassie, but the republic will ensure that you think about it. What I say. But as for the people that he controls, he's saying that I am coming on board with this. And now, the other thing, now, Papa, the legal fees on you.
Why no?
Also for.
Now, Udim said a lawyer and the sick or the Obeko GLC into almost your report.
Now, come you overcharging or crowd once the other
GLC
disciplinary committee.
Yeah.
No, but the Mistro says, see why you're so for. If you are next can car offering. And also behind Bobby,
yes.
Before Mekono, now we are meeting say, Miami Miracle. A press briefing.
Yeah, media briefing on manifesto insights
on reducing the
cost of living. Sure.
Yenfa laughing emoji in Kanwana.
Dabi, where your man can be bisao.
Sir,
yeah.
It ain't take you when it's serious. Yeah, we know. My yenfa laughing emoji in Kanwana. Anna.
And you better autotron on the seven.
Now, Obi, and you want to say, Miss Brother Hano, I buy you, Mr. Wu, from 2017 to date. I buy 2.3 billion Ghana cedis on planting for food and jobs. And after this expensive experiment, the cost of food had risen up. I've never understood that. 2. I buy spending 233 million Ghana cedis on dams in the then 3 northern regions, now 5 northern regions. With the view, say, during dry season, when the rain stop, we will fall on the dams. And
that's what
so we are Church of Pentecost elder.
Sure.
Okay, the parable of the 10 virgins. Okay.
Yes, make I.
You say 5. Sebi, no more day.
Wise.
In a 5 a day.
Foolish.
The distinction in the say. And brand now oil no say no.
Now wise one will reserve. Lawyer Eduje Tamakulo and yet director legal Edema NDC. Osei. After this short break, Honorable Kojo Duasari Atenase, Chairman Kujo Atenase, Sofo Charles Owusu Atenase, Mama yentie we mra ye ba ye den komo no e hwehwe so and me ne mu bese ye din komo bi so ye ba sisi a
what ma shi we ma oba patofo na me so be hia ska na onya ska we hia o ma me susie nyina aka me tumu sa ma we so fa so na ebe no no e wo mu hihye ye mu no utimi di busuani a onimru 74 years e be ka ho said the be asem 2 said asem 2 mi a we need to anka won sem sikafia mutiano busumi bia no eso fa so no me frɛ omo apɛ ina omo ba me moa eni sɛ obi abɔ ma ba so yi be didi na eyi na mfa so
Monsieur wa kai sɛ owura aboaten sɛ wamfa ne papa anhyɛ my way insurance ni mu a nka fa so di we nyina ka onya aya kai sɛ abre bia obɛyɛ my way insurance no odi obusuani ma pa baako ɛbɛhyɛ so ɛbɛtumi ayɛ wo yire ukunu wo maame wo papa wo nua ana wo ba nipa bia odi ne bɛka wo no sɛ nipa no wontua hwee phone ne dial *165# oh MTN so say sia send my way ka say no way
Na science dia kesi aga na fodi o power jet battery hono ye no kware. Ke fisa me to me kai ma se battery be de wo. Ko se se me discover power jet battery. What? Me kai nya me si kwa mu bi. Me ne battery issue to kwanta pa ye o. Enti se de me ne power jet battery ambassador. Me mo na nkrofo ka kwan so ma me jump o mo de. Na ma kan for power jet battery mo hu se. Battery mu gwa hodo. Power jet car battery. The Roxin Ventures na Kofaba. Omo Shalom Sport Runabout. War Community 18 Sprinters Road. Frelmo 0208090789 and 0242314774. Obenya bisu ashama. Kuwana so Ochinenti Enterprise. Afi battery shop be a wabuso kan. Kumasi Kwame Choba Enterprise. Pampaso and a battery shop be a waswame mazi. Amako Macro Junction. Every kaswa ko Winneba Junction. Swadro Magasi. Takwa de Asempa Bia. Power jet battery day. Power jet car batteries. Open that day.
Ecobank Mobile to make me say, Ecobank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Download it. You go enjoy it. In my check. Branding check. In my branding check. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills. You can buy credit. You can pay school fees. Even chest tights with the Apple. Ecobank Apple.
Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. Kim promise.
Hello Ghana, your favorite radio stations are back on TuneIn. Joy FM, Love FM, Adum FM, Asempa FM, and Ensure FM. All your beloved multimedia group brands are now back on TuneIn. Wherever you are, we've got you covered. Yes, Joy FM, Love FM, Adum FM, Asempa FM, and Ensure FM are back on TuneIn. So tune in to the best of news, music, sport, and entertainment from Ghana's top stations anytime, anywhere on TuneIn. Go to the App Store or Google Play Store to download TuneIn and listen to Joy FM, Love FM, Adum FM, Asempa FM, or Ensure FM to stay connected and entertained.
Ora, me pacho. What does wa feel cylinders wa ha?
Oh, anu. Na wo benya mfaso bebre ewom. Se wo feel wo gas cylinder no ewa ha. Enye se wo cylinder no nko an ye behwe se bibia ekoye wo ho. Na emom no, wo betimi ato duduo bia wo sika beso. Na de ma ne ye dekese kra ne se, wo de wani be ho dodo a ofele ama wo bia. Enti bu katasem bia enim.
We die, fili kaduchi. Se we ni tuemu a ye ndi nja ho. Sanka nye LPG stations a. Anka yen taxi drivers. Deni ebeye.
Na sa LPG gas stations. Omo to me krat homo di ye adwuma no.
Sisi akra de LPG stations ni nyina no. Wo betimi to ho ato so kra senkane no. LPG stations se won man mu die. Every tete and a National Petroleum Authority am my license. Ghana Fire Service, Ghana Standards Authority, Factory Inspectorate, and the EPA so tayechi.
Inti eno krese LPG stations eye Ghana for die.
Anio, so wo fele wo cylinder e wo ye gas stations wa. Na wo boa ama Ghana nyuma etumpon. Mechire se LPG nkwani industry a e wo man Ghana mu a eye 100% Ghana for die.
Sika no beka heya.
Yembo Ghana nyuma ho ban. Wo mra ye fele ye gas wo man mu bebia.
We know we shall win, and we know we'll survive. Yeah. Shall wash away all tears.
Promotion. Great City Real Estate Limited. Eye assassin wo promotion. Ewa kaswa akochi. Run bet your 5,000 Ghana cedis. Ninya assasia. So be 70 by 50 feet. Memfa ho koma ya anom na enkoto asase bia ho manso bebre na fe no akoboka o. Bra Great City Real Estate Limited for. Na wo benya asase amanso bia ni ho. We de eye for promotion. Afi yasanso asase wa kaswa Obom Road. Ye ben domi abra 15 minutes drive from Great Lamte Middle School. Any pardon Union Groups, corporate private institutions a mo pa asase bia no mumbra Great City Real Estate Limited na mo benya asase ni bia to na mo ba ya so yen so a ye was special installment package bi wo ho a e twen o umpe we na wo pedien e Great City Real Estate Limited hwehwe tira kwan e wo Kaswa Obom Road ye bendomi Abra Main Cemetery ana afre wo homa trofo iso 0244 298 945 we dey make case su biomu brana betua 5,000 Ghana cedis na beje 70 by 50 feet land one bantama ebe se jawo yen ntem na betobi
Martin, Martin with my omba. Papa tofu. Na me so be here scan. Na only scan we here. Mama me susu nyina aka me tumu sa.
Ma we so fa so na ebe no. Sike fia me tua ne busu me bia no. E so fa so no no. Me from mo apɛ. E no mo ba me moa. Ele se obi abo ma ba so yi. Me didi na e na fa so.
Aya kai say, abre bia obey my way insurance no. Wo de obusuani mapa baako ebe hye so. Me kire say ofiri mu nko ade a, ye be call mo a. Na wa na wo ye my way insurance no de. Ye be call mo a abra wo ko yade krankro. Yade anankwa nhia abubu agu a wo ye wo ho hwea enye. Impo wakoda yare sabia ebro na mienu. Se wo di 18 ekopin 59 a wo apomudin a. Ubetumi abeka my way abusia no. File phone, net dial *165#. Ewo MTN so se sia. Send my way a. Ka say no way.
For 15 years, Quick Credit has been your trusted partner in micro-lending, empowering lives and making dreams a reality. Today, we're excited to announce a new age. Quick Credit is now Bills Microcredit. Still committed to serving Ghanaians and changing lives, Bills is here to show you that everything is possible. Join us as we embrace a brighter future. Bills, financing your needs.
Ghana Fui Franco Esa the electrical appliances for Frabejaswo washing machines, Asian women yopo, CCTV cameras, any dog clear. Abi you know that. Seba mobile phones, this are iPhones, Infinix, Nokia, Samsung, any the keka anyone says you see na Franco. In our binya the papa, ne water foam say Franco air conditioners, every 1.5, adequacy 2.5 horsepower, Samsung Franco TV, every 32, adequacy 85 inches. Franco, essential tabletop, double decker, any chest freezers, and chain in a mahoden cry. Franco Kwabena be a benwo. Name of head office, a wada braka, one in Roxy Cinema Nedian friend 0246 422 338 and a 055 5939 311. Franco electrical appliances papa Effie.
Ecobank Mobile to make me say, Ecobank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Yeah. Download it. You go enjoy it. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tights with the Apple. Ecobank Apple.
Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. Kim promise.
Ona winni midin ha ka bienu abedwa sa be mentwi bi dawo emitimi hu na yesi seahorse for the new products abedwa so no kure seahorse radiator coolant 9010 wo ho 367 and 5050 enu ebeyi overheating afri ho de kumi kura ne say radiator coolant no apart from say a control temperature no a san wa additives a prevent rusting into tank mu and rusted da After Seahorse add blue. Yeah, a control emission.
Let me say, Musu, I had the nene and me try entry ye.
Seahorse add the power steering through. Abba Ebe Sovamamo. And the gear oil. Yeah, multi-grade. A most smooth transmission. So yeah, manual and that's automatic. Or some hydraulic oil. HD 68 and a 46. Don't forget them to say Seahorse engine oil. 15W40, 20W50, 40, and a ATF for a boy engine sound and driving conditions. Also, a hodada, a one from a Bonsu. Seahorse will be beer a high quality.
Now our numbers no so.
Ghana have a beer will be out there for 0244 577
559
and 0540 42 43 86. Seahorse products one.
The whole world and
in life, choice is good, but choice plus safety is way better. Your safety and comfort is paramount. Under the cylinder recirculation model, you can buy LPG in a safe environment. All cylinders are inspected and maintained to the best safety standards, so your safety is assured. Just take your empty cylinder to the nearest exchange point and swap it for a filled cylinder. Different cylinder sizes will be available to meet your pocket size. Imagine cooking in a smoke-free environment. This will improve the health and well-being of you and your family. Choose LPG in a safer model of distribution. Cylinder recirculation model. Securing your safety. Creating more jobs. A message from the National Petroleum Authority under the patronage.
Asempa FM, Ekosiisen, 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 Asempa FM, Obi nebado, Obibo, Ode, Asempa nabo.
Ekosiisen Bonsu our Asempa de brane mamba Obi
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiisen dwumedie no asuguso a utie no ma menamo nyina se semagimre atwen yen me yakọ asan so ababio ohwe womre na sima eduasa abo apa donhwe num eho. I hope I got it right. 30 minutes after 5, Ewa Asempa 94.7 FM in studio. The Honorable Kojo Edu Asare, or a former member of parliament for the Adentan constituency. Watnase Ewo Eha. Mube Briada Mubusa said, Honorable Edu Asare, Honorable Edu Asare, Yamiadom Ende, Wabe Kansa Ewo studio. Sounds so na Sofo Charles Owusu, or a independent parliamentary aspirant Ewo in Kranza North constituency. That's in the Bono East region. Chairman Kujo. Also known as Kojo Boating Ajeman, or a former constituency chairman Ewo New Joabe North in Koforidia, that's in the eastern region. Onoswabe Kansa Ewo Studio High, anyone Baba Bedi and Koba. What a doormaster Chadia Kessie promotion, no, and they say Oto Epono Bakwa, ye cha Opono bio for free. And we know buy a Turkish exterior door. From doormaster, near interior or bathroom door for free. That's not all. So we'll talk any of our economy doors. You win amazing prizes like peephole cameras, digital door viewers, intruder alarms, key rings, bags, and so much more. You can even get interior doors for free if you purchase up to 10 economy doors. Umpewi na den pa na ope. Your doors need to be exterior steel security doors, internal steel security doors, your bulletproof doors, your armor doors, bathroom doors, wooden metal doors, wooden panel doors, glass doors, flash doors, any type of door we want open ubenya be our door master. Your branches also their doors. So promotion we are chadiakasi promotion no 15th October and Ebery and to take advantage. You have more than 1 month to go. Please.
Danyamia say ne. Mama me. Enkwa ni awodin. Media Betna on studio.
Yes.
After exactly 6 months.
What's next? That's
on the 6th.
That's Friday, 6 months. I'll call off radio.
Exactly.
Wow.
That day, it was a Wednesday.
And I think information about
and it has, we said, the rest
is history.
It's been a time of pain, agony, and very terrible moments. Exactly, with the hospital for 21 days in February. Even last July, so Kwabena in the hospital for 6 days.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
It has been a topsy-turvy
roller coaster
of battling a lot of health, 3 major health issues.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
It is it is to give glory to God, and also first and foremost to God, and also to some special people who in diverse ways stood behind me in this period or during this period. Even in the NPP people, among the NPP friends that I have, Tima and all of that. And trust me, I don't have their permission to mention their names.
Okay.
But they stood with me, or they with me or by me, whichever.
Yeah, any of them.
Okay. And like me, can't win me party for so almost so ever supporting me in diverse ways. What the surprising element is the fact, say. Yes, of course. I want to work power.
Sure.
Until do no so.
I'm more liquid.
It's power versus opposition. You know, that's just a lighter side of it.
But you are blessed.
Oh, please. And I mean, especially July now, from the 2nd of July, you know, I did a Thanksgiving program on the 30th of June, 2 days after.
Wow.
Then this issue just came up, and for almost a month, I did a friend of pain. I did a friend of pain. Oh, at the point, I didn't even think I will survive it.
Wow.
Yeah, because of my underlying issues. You know, the only thing I didn't say was I want to die.
Oh, it was that serious?
Oh, yes. Because a bamenum say eat and like relax and let it happen. You know, but I also told myself, 35 to 36 years of believing God. Condition mommy maybe at the various points that God has intervened. Then as if every day because I'm people bombay because of the headache. And this headache who's my pumpem the shishimi to send I saw and then my face. If the nim diana kasa me mama body different, me nim diana so body different, me tiko, and then sometimes there's 2 sides of my head. Now sitting in answer decided say bat once. That is when you say ukuma krati yanka or you okay. You know, I mean to me standing. Even lights, me when I saw light, crana, intimate, certain beers, the dining year, it will be dafako. In that's like what is any arrange will be no because any move bia will be mpaboase noise and I say you can't do boom
wow.
July there, it's been my nemesis, my month of nemesis, July 2024. Of all the other issues that I've had, it be shaky misada.
Say July there.
Yeah, but it also re-established my faith in God. Say, Nyankupono, opejao from one level to another. Like whatever it takes you through, you don't come out of it and remain where you are. He lifts you to a different level. I don't know what
maybe shake you.
No, because I saw death in a way, and it wasn't just far. I needed just to succumb to it, and then that's it. And you know, the things I like when I close my eyes, the things I see in my subconscious, just say, do you understand? But again,
that's like an encounter with death.
Oh, please, to be honest with you, Nyami, it is sitting here. That is my testimony. I hope so I will get the opportunity one day somewhere to tell this story chronological. People should build their faith around it. So no matter what you are going through this afternoon, those who are hearing me, just say be a wo no now say you have not. Me one thing I also bore me. Yes, some of the prayers I did in the past. Do you understand? So, yes, in this time, my prayers stood for me. Please, when you get the opportunity, when you are okay, now say we are okay. Spend some time praying into the future, into your children's future. In future, no, don't wait till crisis now. Pray them pray into them now. That open and for me, I believe say all these things helped me to be here this afternoon. And
because for bare 1 month, so we share a YouTuber, you find people, especially on Wednesdays. Could you do a Sarah Could you do a Sarah I kept reminding people, say you join us very, very soon. And or they will Abba. And say I said, I think for me, my takeout that abiding faith in God. Say when it gets worse, into when you have that encounter with death, what do you level out to say, hey, that's like the worst anybody can get to. And that abiding faith in God, you were free, for me, that's the takeout. And one other thing, so the people who came to your aid, some people who others will consider say, they're your political enemies. They are not even your party members. I mean, it tells me, say, in all your askings, ask for strategic relationships.
Sure.
Strategic relationships. Into people who would say, who could you do a sorry no frame a dear? If you don't have those people in your life,
they say because 37. One of them just asked me, but on our mobile na saying, I'm sure. So from Nyama Yechichi so far, the number to 27,000. And I think a day or two pena maka no 30,000 smiles and fan. So he cleared all the bill from 37, 21 days. So sometimes Nipani Bibri and teens 7 years. Of course, we have classmates who are on the other side. We have church members on the other side. We have very good friends
on the other
side.
That's true.
What I say? We are opposed in ideas and some political policies in Niama. We are not enemies. Some of them have very good hearts. Do you understand? Just that almost particulars anymore. Now, as a possession, be
probably
MPP, produce audio man 15 minutes now. And for microphone, he's a very good brother.
So oba epe do be hye na kunya ana meboa seniority so wo ye start ya hana na hanu bi entro wo kra wo ba bi me ma reverence ntina na wo me ma wo mi di mani ma wo nti training nipa ni wie na afi okotomu a
na o kasa
eti wo gbese no na ye transferable
Evans ni Makuya, director of elections for the MPP, say Obi, I thank God for the life of my brother Honorable Kwabena Asare. To God be the glory.
Amen.
Yes. We say Obi, thank God to have Honorable Edu Asare back. That's from Jimmy Owusu Kwarten, one of our very loyal listeners, or Virginia in the US of A. Jimmy Owusu Kwarten, yedase papa se utie ye na untimi nya ye WhatsApp number na 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 na yentie onso de oma enen komo bebre na e wo we say Obi, it feels good to hear Honorable Edu Asare back on radio. We thank God for his life. We like listening to his critical analysis about political issues. We wish him well and may God continue to keep him for us. Zike ewo amasaman Zike yedase Obi okay, greetings to Honorable Kwabena Asare. Glad he has his life back. Lots of love from Chicago. Nana Kojo and Edewe Abanana Kojo Yedase Papa. Okay, I think this is from the same person. Nana Weise Obi, I can see the frustration. Okay, I'll say who does. Okay, we here on Eduji Nkoma Aminidi, message no aba late. Me that say. We say Obi wish my son Kweku Kwache Asare Crampton Jr. of Germantown, Maryland, US of A happy birthday. He's celebrating 5 years today. May he grow up to become what God Almighty wants him to be. I pray for wisdom, knowledge, strength, inner peace, intelligence, integrity, and love for God and mankind in everything he does. From his dad and mom, Mr. Richard Asare Budu and Mrs. Sandra Boache Asare. I mean, the things you're praying for your kid, no, amazing. Wisdom, knowledge, strength, inner peace, intelligence, integrity, and love for God and for mankind. Wow.
And they're afraid of things that money cannot buy.
Yeah, money cannot buy. Money cannot buy. That's true. Money cannot buy. Wesa Obi, good evening. Greetings to Honorable Kwabena Asare. Also, why has the Suhum MP declared his intention to contest as an independent candidate, but his seat has not been declared vacant for a rerun? Tay from Osu, a different. It hasn't worked.
Sir, or you're strategic. And I'm a boy. Is that you're close to your by-election?
Yeah, so,
but I hope she'll be reconsidering the position.
And the posters tab be also
Kwabena say I didn't be Kasa intimidity say you do what you do come but Madaroma I think say also politics there. Sometimes you know it do baby asana.
That's only you see on the be you opare answer.
And I'm making say Sabi opare my classmate ye nyina 68.
Okay.
Opare no well yeah brand here or buy or be to Ransford near there. 4-time most experience. Yeah, just like Kwabena ko do ni pick 56 years. Like Kwabena adwuma no wa.
Yeah.
And eja wonya odenfo bi ma no beboa no watu no. Ina no bona buka masemo ko gina is me na beboa no mani to opare ni that kind of thing. And I hope those leaders must make sure say enema ayekoso no enkoyi because sa na ko ni atete no.
Sure.
E wo mi say popularism, crony be pewasem whatever it is. But the war dear. I think I could join me and independent too. I tell you for the fact. Well, because pass will show be to say I had to be Ashmo whom your daughter is Aboma Betty, or in our credit as a winning. I'm seeing young PC boy, Ashmo PC or boy or the two could join to Asare. Ewo Honum. What I say. because a party at the end. I don't think they are dentists at that time Kojo and NDC for pass a popular nipa to about decided some manako. But the party ne kofa by or the home brass. Oh, this one obujiji na nan komo de neko. Omu de niko wie bisa not ho.
Independent no.
Omebu on kan say mebu. Edu we bi ntina say ni rafre no. Kojo
na odwen party ne ho.
That's my point. That's my point. That's my point. Okay. On the party no ho na.
That's Suhumo. Anyways, so for Akwaba to saying
Obi the nyame ayeni. Ene niji na many ajepa but toda otinium sembi ma okoso abrɛ o. In fact, sir onyare na nko how anamani ma onji ntum se nyame wo ho. But the name in assessment ya dream say we did you
say we you nyame wo ho
kwajo ye ni papa we me nua prekope na be na sen na me bisa me di nkomo na me nua yin me tin nka che me de madwen say because na watu kwan but the man friend no because of why I campaign 790 and we ya me ba hana me who sort come Bama Janko say bibi credit esi ti all ba o kan asem kire me no say onyame ampa the bit ma kan say nyame ye na say is va o say obi ade ayen fasika nto no yentim fasika mo ho ban enkwa ni sika ne bo ho ban ma no nyame nkun no enti yare ye kwa tana tie na say o pese say ahobrase ahomaso no baka na wa visit hospital sa hwe ade kaka but we drive so I drive for baby cemetery then na unya wo na usia na wakohwe ntroye na ya chotrogu engofo e de
enda so no
na wahwe sele na omotie no mtie adom bi na na dum yen dia mo emre ho
so kasa mama kai one part of me predicament in July when him say sa month na at we know a particular condition from 2nd to 30th. Sika bia maya juma bia che. Dear sa sika number. Around that time I felt say omotia enti check your wallet.
Check your wallet.
A car na me di crofwe mami sikadi juma the pressure within that period notice yare kra
phobia
masa sika na che enya se mfa no but also be a legitimate pressure but na me ni baby a committee faculty every day we ba na otna we aba mo ba zo mbeto me udoji mintimi na you know accident aminya no so we are me bu me hip hip fracture me a bed reading for some time answer me call surgery answer me pa me da hospital and personal nurses na igare me buru me near my own
the whole swag
Obi
and then when this money came for bare 5 days settle
the more mutie no I set a tampon in era studio former member of parliament and a current regional minister Eastern region and aba besraye ewo studio and more tenant kano yes while we wait no mamemfa we na men kind messages kaka we say Obi when it is possible it is always possible so it is possible for you to recover fully. Honorable Kwejedu Asare, wishing you full recovery and good health ahead. May the best medical care and support be available to you during this time. Oti Esrifi Mensa Ewo Takrade. We say Obi, we thank God for Kojo's life. But Obi, please tell him to take this time to rest and not stress himself about NDC propaganda. Honorable Collins, Owusu Amankwa, and
stress no my BTB, my 6 months in a room.
So we say Obi, I wish you could play the voice audio of Honorable Kujo Pong Kroma. Don't make enemies because of a politician. Honorable Eduasare will never die. Nana Amponsa Bediakon. We say Obi, I was not missing swagger, but to hear what he was going through is heartbreaking. We thank God for his life. God is great. Sir Gadus Ewo Anfield in the UK. We say Obi, we thank God for Honorable Kwejo Duasare's life. To God be the glory. We should build strong relationships. In an unlikely event, they would come back to help us. Master P Ewo London Nedie Eni. We say Obi, good to have the Panda Cuisine restaurant man back. Kwejo Duasare, we miss him. Alex Martinson Ewo Koforidia. We say Obi, Kwejo Duasare is one of the NDC guys I like so much. In recent times, he's been a real statesman. All I'll say is all thanks to God for his life. The underlying point he's made is pray for tomorrow and the future. God will continue to protect you and grant you strength and long life. Onel Amponsa Ewo Amsterdam. Finally, we so we thank God for the life of Honorable Eduasare. Cecilia Amwating Ewo Oslo in Norway. Yes, Sofo.
Yes. Minister Abba. Before Minister Abba, Minister so many penny. But we nipa na hojo. Na obu nipa so. Yeah. Minister Yamo Kwaba.
That's chance.
Obi de na me kan say nipa hia urade. Yeah. No nyame ne hia yen. Yeah. Ye ne hia onyankopon. And then social media nti nipa kura mu onyankopon. Kasa ye boso asem. Ento wontia. Na wogiri se onyame den enni ho. Na kwadwo asem okan ye me den se. Kwadwo pese o kire se ye nhwehwe onyame echi kwa. Ansa na dabone ne den. Aba. Ye nua tabitakum obonyumi wo se. Hwehwe Yesu echi kwan. Onipa ansa na adechie aba. Aya asem na woka ho asem. Obi ahia urade o. Me tufo na de wo tie bia. You don't need to go and see anyone to see God and also to get close to God and to accept Christ. And yes, I'll pay more. Now, oh, here no, me say, oh, here nyame. And for Sika in you, one. Have the area bar, Sika to me, sir. Your area to me, ba, oh, Sika. It's what it means, sir. Intimate. And I say, me have a friend from me, and I say, I Adumako Befi. Yeah, Adumako Befi. Yeah. Also, your bomb man. Oh. Yes. Nyame. Enfame san kan so rodin sa kan yemi akodwe. Sure. Na utie me na se onya ho a. Na waka yemi an pai. So betima kosan so anakosan. Oh, Accra. Yes, Accra. Most of you know say ayana Ghana. Nipa dem say kofu di kodwo ho dance pa na eyin kofu be de so bae. Mamu we ntwen ma ye obi kwan ansa aka na ho sempa na ya drive walk far away just to come and go and mourn the person. You let me show love. Arachi che nipa ho na ye fa na said ye kwadwo kan nsami ni nyina botofo abisi ba ko se wo hia nyankopon obi wo hia urade o obi hia no emfa se nyi wo no emfa position nyi wo no because position away no obi anya big padoko o man we ye wo sua de ye betimi sua free say mo so o man mu position kura na enya o mampani o tie konya so a wo free sokoda enya a running mate wo free soko enya vice president wo free soko enti ni enya o mampani o tie konya so a wo free mu ko ministers no de so me yankola MP so me say enti level bi a wo bia the Bible can hear back up, see, Trasini Pew. Watching at him war. Inti, woman, here, you chicken. Nayan Summer, Radina Fay, the Kojoka. Let's build bridges. Let's build bridges. Yeah, the dear what time, sir, me too. What are we looking for? Say, Obi, or no Yadria, as what do at Temkeke. And now, a bini, Sabi, Omnium Cotra, Fidia, we share the heated argument. Ya can some fire, Hunia. Na, and do ya be a big any poem. enti nipa no onye ne but no mu nsamunti because asem gina ho manipa enti okasa na ehu nipa awoye na akofa o hawaba eto de adin na ohia nipa nya ndc for no ohia na no ohia ndc for but na ohia nipa because ndc for nipa anambo mp for nipa but look at the people that came to his rescue nyame nam omo nsaso ojende nyame na ageno ba nyame de fa nipa so ama nne ahonto ati say aba ti ya de nyame ase na yama minister kwan na ya fe no yehunu so ache
yes yabema Eastern Regional Minister kasa former MP in Prayeso constituency we say Obi good evening greetings to Honorable Kwejedu Asare. I thank God for his life. To God be the glory. Prince Darlington or say Danso Dakwa or Niboy should be here in Accra, right? We say Obi, we all welcome Honorable Kwejedu Asare back. Also, but this time we beg him to limit the propaganda. Nana ya oba ewa lasibi. Chale. We say Obi, thank God. Also, thank God for Kwejedu Asare. I implore him to read Exodus 15:26. We say Obi, thank God for the life of Kwejedu Asare. I have for some time admired his contribution because hearing from him, he's been very patriotic in his commentaries. We need such people in our political space. God bless him. Ebusuya from Leeds in the UK. We say, Obi, my name is German Boga from Tottenham in UK. I thank God for the life of Kwejedu Asare. My regards to him. We say, Obi, in all our doings, we must involve God. And in all our ways, God first. Because God Almighty is the giver of life. I am Apostle Edikash from Kaswa. The Lord Almighty be with us all. Amen. Thank you. Lot and lot of messages, but Mamema Honorable Emremu. Honorable Akwaba, net saying
Obi nyame adome hoye.
Eastern Region Boko.
Oh, boni bia nsie. Ejumana na egosobo. Yeah. Na mete me classmate. Mo se me ka me classmate we e won.
We're a classmate in Parliament. I suppose.
We sure. In State Parliament. Sure. Enti wako. Thomas Aquinas.
Oh, Thomas Aquinas Kwanzaa. Yes.
Ekyo. Kofu baby me she be atimenza mature. Manhu kujuma menyu aje papa kujo.
Shata one.
Kujuma ne aje se mehu. Say na empire bopa say obesan nyame ebema wabekan yensa na sena menu Charles kan no obi yetu ha ye ni age enyefe sebe me bana metie kojo ni nua pa na me nanso yi nyina ya dwen entimi nko benkuru daada ma na nyeye ebe won se oba mrahye bedwomu apsa bre na ne wo ho no asebi beto ho a ebetimi aba menne no ya dwen beko baako na bia eyasema MPP na eka obefo MPP dia no na NDC ne bi mfo so na MPP ne bi so emfo so e kirese nipa ye de na yenwe na mse na dada mpenifo kano no na mani kansem ne se de dembe pio ha de menua na nti na mewrem na mewrem ha de na mafa pa no ho
Ariam Koko
Kanwa ye town hall meeting government town hall meeting
Koforidia yes
Koforidia
so you find a live Wadum TV
da mase papa nyamre ebo bosso enyuma pa yira oti be nwa so na danko akufo ado na be de akire Alhaji Mahmoud Baumia asumpo ma be sum Ghana se be ejuma ye sum nti no manfo ma omre se bra ne be di omonim na sum omo a hia se osusu osum no obejiro ho na wobu nkontapa mo mahu na ntwem obi meka wasem ma se oyire ho na otimi ka ne yi se ne tie se na be ya kibia fo awo a wonya ho ahoden etimi aka ne yi menim se enwuma ya bebo wo mantem no medos mintimi ntra asisi ankase mebo no tofa na mo medam ase se be hu minu amani age wa ma me kwanse o mesumi ntra se na adwenkyira ye kire mesumi nkire bi ne feso no Ghana eyo my back where my nyina awosome mi Asante me beto aba eto aba ebi hurua yesi huru ebejo ewiye no Ghana ni na be mampani Ghana ni ena beto aso ena obema na so akofuna mu no atoto na no nti Ghana no enye obi dia ye dia nti biribia no e wo se ye man no mu edi ye nimu kane na ye ne ye nu ehia na ye kasa emfa ho se ade a waye wa hyew nti mi mbonipa sana na mini a Charles Eka no enne abefu kasa fidi abai ubeti no bia kasa ya kire ne yonko wanu tra openia sense ye nyina ye Christopher nti ya na me Bible asem bi o kan se di weja ene wonani
na unkwana
awari wasasi
the only commandment with the promise
ya na minim dodo no a my way se ebu nkonta yesi Christopher ye twam ohanche mu eduaso nkra ne akire nti ne se ye ne doso nti dodo na ya Christopher nti ya na yamma Christo ne ye no ene esu no eni yenim enkyere se Christo bo ma wa so da mu nti enye se Christo sum eye sebe moa na eye perepere yo ene no kredie tianu di wanimu a ema osom no eho da ho fefefe na me meni agene se me ba se na oti wakunwam na kojo eka na kosem na ato omanfo akoma so na meti amane a eba wachire no a echese nipa ye dampa enye nipa na echire bani nyina na ne kojo adwen kobem krom nanso eyo o mani gise o matene ne ene sana mesrese sa odeno ye de ko adwenkyire ni mu a ebe man komo na ye de etana ye wo mu se wo mu ana wayi kakra nanso yi ni da yesi utwam bebre a charge yesi de ben e kire wase nti yi ni bebre to da kra na nye da bio na aye bibi e wo ho na mo minim se de tie bia it is possible there it is possible ntimi nsisa na
first one
we say Obi, good evening. I thank God for bringing Honorable Swagger back. God continue to protect and heal him completely. Osei Obi, but Obi, since Swagger has been away, you've never talked about the Panda Cuisine restaurant. Why? Hashtag irresponsible. Great Mulatto or Ashaiman, New York. And Odiwe Abba. We say, hi Obi, good evening. And keep up the good work you're doing. Greetings to your panelists. My name is Prince Samuel Nikwe from Dakoman, Nyameche. And Odiwe Abraying. This one says that Obi, you see what is happening. Today is World Eduasari Day. Uye nipa. Emmanuel Ewo Adenta. Ima Yadase. Obi, good evening. Thank God my former MP Kudjo Eduasari is back on radio. I really missed his brilliant contributions on political issues. My name is Yao Amegashi from Adenta. Hello, Obi. We thank God for Eduasari's life. He gave us massive support during my time at the Islamic University College at Adrengano. And to Osei a friend Haruna Idris and Odiweyaba. Obi, good evening. I am an MPP sympathizer, a serious one, of course, but I'm grateful to God for listening to Honorable Eduasari once again. May the Almighty God who delivered you remain your strength. Francis Ewo Gulf City. We say, Obi, good evening. My name is Prince Kwejo Phillips, and I'm listening to you guys from Hamburg in Germany. Yeah, that's keep the messages coming through. Na yen kind in mama send when, and we are all happy for the life of our senior brother Kojo Edu Asante. We should say your dedicated time, amana. It's really worth it. And yeah, the munyina send so our modern messages eba. Your WhatsApp number is 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Mema Chairman Kojo Boatina Jimana Bansana no Regnant Properties and Investment Limited say ene o kwan se ubenya asase ato. When I asase a huge discount edaso Omo Horizon Gardens eno no asase a layout bibia kama e Gomwa Akraman 20,000 Ghana cedis. ubenya asase ato. It is off the Accra Winneba Highway, just 5 minutes drive from the main road. Yeah, well, Groove Court no go more important, so important and sheda in near from Accra, and no bit matter now about Juma one cry. Go more important, and also off the Accra Winneba Highway, just 5 minutes drive from the main road. Yeah, well, Bay Villa, and no Quay Chrome, and also Winneba Kwanya so. Dodowa Amasaman Ashalaja, Honina Yawan Sasso. Yeah, the BBA be a friend of Hoto Plan, no, a promotional package. Samoye a group of 10 people. Association I won't nipa be 10 or more. Sorry, a teacher for Munkamu no moba. Ye trust as nima nipa duni nyina obia betria 500 Ghana cedis per month for a period. Number 3 asasnika awiwe ya hoto plan. Say be ya wo ho konko kire wo ye teacher ni oje 5,000 Ghana cedis, wo di 500 Ghana cedis to every month dinya asase a Asempa. A huge promotional package. Students, churches, associations, government workers. Once you are up to 10 members, mokam hubomwa munko na yema mum benefit from this package. Enti so we call regnant properties are 30% deposit. MIA, you start your building. Well demarcated site, you have more free site plan and indenture after payment. You have more free site visit every Wednesday to Saturday and Saturday at 8 a.m. In Tibia, Ubasa Wu and Sas why a commitment. Wednesday be and Saturday be the amount for Emma Omokokoshe. T's and C's apply. Your office ewo Kaswa Akwele just after the new market. For 0549 544 510 0549 544 510. In the regnant property, so your property are priority. Omo boye ni edi ekosise dwumedie ebremo. Ni pese wonsu nya asase to. Take advantage Mr. NLA so say private lotto operators be here adwuma wo krom ha. Omuni license. Nansaya Oma license companies 22. Omuni bet me around a private lottery ewa Ghana. Se company and the list we are maybe no and any nijuma and yes our betro watumra. Companies nini. Alpha Lotto Limited, KGL Technology Limited, Blue Star High Tech Company Limited, Liuma Facilities and Trading Limited, Zeta Technologies, Fortune Synergy Limited, your Afri Lotto Systems Limited, Game Park Limited, Lucky Ghana Limited, Rand Lottery Company Limited, Makafui Moji Limited, your Accurate Giant Company Limited, your Mewakakra Yebedinti Limited. Okay. Number 13 on my list there, Mewakakra Yebedinti Limited, company ni din enono. And your Glovita Lottery Limited, Zagdo Company Limited, Obri Asare and Sons Limited, Vision 2000 Lotto Limited, SB Business Ventures, Diblo Lottery and Trading, Best Chance Lottery Limited, Super Round Ventures, and From Home Company Limited. 22 companies. And the amount of license so meet me private lotto business ewa Ghana. Company we are the 22 we no or illegal operator. Ye penekra cheno atumo dada ndi nini nkonko di djuma me pacho. Gary ni makoma for your board chairman ensa and a share announcement we asenti ye ndi bresem munshanenso emfa MIA. Chairman Kujo akwa bete saying
yeja obi
koforidu ya boko
Kofodia de sing media chain you have enough for baby Kofodia flowers is flowers na san started bow
oh sir
say mirror kwam set by now I share the design of the better na here say your friends say man no ni ade no flowers ni say flowers na win na yeguso am na ba say fraud and quite na ho fani bi aka no but it's one thing I can say you better nyame ase kwaju dey I mean uma ye kasa intino said any pain in dedicated time in the idea man no that's same hono ene utie ne messages eba esungu ya uni di obenya ene nyame ya wadom na otiase so ana hu adofo na hu atamfo. Sometimes when people disagree with you one who because some time a lot of people that ne omodi messages say but some the nyame anse say o martin nkan I can tell you for the fact say almost of them I also disagree with him but to me the conversation no healthy. So what I say, you know, conversation very boring. anameboa nti no be twa na da pa twa ne bi but no just say man ko say otiase nti ni nyina aka ho bi. And I remember our days for almost about 6 years ago near Lotenimo eba na ye that's where maybe a lot of people and maybe Omega so cratchy we missed him and today he's here nti ye da nyame ase e won live obi and the topics be brain idea go but now kojo the idea so e be cross bridge.
I will say across it.
I say across.
I say across it. It's true.
Me ba na me tie adwumaden a wo ye me kire wi aba mi an mo a wo tu Ghana ba bia ye du a e go be tie ye opposition communi bia otimi say it's like you do crossroads ni nyina ye abrabo masem ni sa na tie ntimi ho da bia ye politics a I situated it with our own life said abrabo ni tie no sana o man chichire etie eto da bia ups and down e kosoro na ba form aware mu asem sa na tie say if there is no challenge Asempa aware mu a obi eno kura ekoka better what
for better for worse
okay yeah but ukutie bi na ukọ aware mu na papa no tena se no mtuka do say ade a ukomi enye adekito na adu utikwa akowuram eno kura se yankodo ye ho behwe baabi no na apem. But that is where a leadership in that particular organization will stands up. Papa no wo fie ni be hu say me wo creation bi mo generation bi a me dwen om ho dachi. So eno na me hu say eja etiase ye wo kan before generation will come o papa ne be ko na ne man na Asante tie no munyan no mo de atete. Intimida bi a de me believe American philosophy ni say o hwe atem bi o mo ye politics a obi e ba ne bi okra na yire ne mansa. If they are not speaking the language, they are telling the world, they say, listen, I'm able to take care of my family. It's the same thing I can take care of you people in the country. So, yen can say challenge, beba. But going forward, what are the decisions I'll be taking? What are the bold solutions that you think say can change the dynamics and the difficulty that we are facing today? And masana, ya bra border ye. There is nowhere you bet me a catcher who say, ya per se, yes, Bibia, and see a back of Sano. I mean, to want to be a pepper more than our resources or brabum. That's why I believe Baumia's philosophy. And you see, dream with your Obi. I can sit here and say all manner of things, except say a beer at the corner, or we can't say a beer, ye per se, ye, a quenya mamma yano, and no doesn't make me a criminal. And I'm a boy. Pasakonya ba na se yebetumi aya you do what you can and make sure say ibiba be yibi ne bia yibi ato aso because emre ne onko anyankopon kra so mfa nche o ma 100 years kro ba gibi afisem nti amman chechire ne de megidi se behwe ba bi owura ba umye gina. That is the way the nation must go. We are going forward with the bold solutions to change the dynamics. Difficulties na yewu ne no yetumi asesa na ochira na that chinchirima a benefit wom me ba na me nua your friend my good friend pa about senior your opinion me you didn't come. He's a brilliant child. A brilliant chap. Remember no child because we are boy obi meaning say or an application ho adwuma enti e be bri ho no me said that Ponchino, but I needed to ask some questions because baby of free bano and yamini in a dear or Timranasi a chemi. But me on my grassroots, my layman approach, me approach in Koma ye ding and answer. Yes, some random raya a benefit to Mamunia unimbra.
Yes.
Sana seeing you know. And Yamuko for more apart from your philosophy that you going to help me to defend my issues, you know. Do na church near na mo yem rana maye. E na musu beji e free mranimo. It in common mi bisa woni say. And asema bisa no between MPP manifesto in the law na only Professor Ajimadin Hukomo. Any need ye no be kan no. Me said antiase me tini dia na se papa o. O se dia. Because you ask, say, so what are you clearly wants to say?
Basically, I mean, the Maxwell Bekayano, almost similar. At least the two parties agree on the form of the reform for legal.
But he disagree with Maxwell.
The disagreement in United say the Maxwell air canon. Maxwell more power CC and to Omunye CC. That's the whole disagreement. But in terms of how the reform should look, Omunye said they will give power to the law faculties. In Uko faculty, where obey a professional no any LLB ni na wo. No about the bar exams. Nowadays, they are calling to them, but they all agree on it.
Why I did say your power, Uraba Umia Nekanasem, and I'm a boy, and Yanado Nekaso, Uraba Umia Nekanasem, Nanado or Yemra Nimuni. If the status quo, woho, I don't know Nanado Gidis or no, or you okay with it, and I will be Uko Musisia, and I'm a boy. Say, oh, compare or no, baby, now me bisa was our question now, me person me tia say, or say NDC manifesto. Womune a lawyer for kukudam cut across the global atnase adwene ho omo dwene ho no solution omo de ma omo no be ka kire wana and as omo be say ya ba power na omo ko set up the institute na sa institute no sa animdiefo no amo madwen e de akoye which one is this saying
omo adi adwen that na share manifesto ni
entin a lawyer for now omo free Harvard any Yale e baaye no omo be say omo ka kire yen say that is where Mimi Jabe and Anadu just say you. Oh, just say me as because he is accusing the government. I don't know you. The question is say a lawyer for no move free Harvard any idea by America or Mumra they call law school na idea.
They have a similar arrangement. Yes.
And I'm a boy. It's no buy no bad advice. Some case America dey na na so America dey ni enti yenya wa. Yeah, won't there be only
America the any
America no dey na o kan. Number 1. Ube ko degree awie. Ube ye degree. Said the awie school. And sana wakoye LSAT. Anameboa. Wakoye exams na ye dey. To go to the accredited institution yes you koye law.
Ube senior professional no.
Anameboa.
So we are much one common
Meba. I'm developing my case. Ono ye lawyer ni me boa obetun abesisan. Ono no akofa professionals from Yale abeka kire. Me say America. Wako first degree awie no. Afa na akoye entrance examination to the accredited institution accreditation say omo functional law. Ana me boa. Say obeko Yale, obeko Harvard do. Yeah, mom na mom accreditation so obetun about law school. Wako law school for 4 years. Anambwa. Into the account degree no akwai.
Depending on number of years how the degree no. So
America every degree is 4 years. Okay. Whether you study political science, you study whatever. Why 8 years? We are son of one bar bar examination a day anamebwa. One pass abede.
And so science.
No hokra de any day. Utro one with what they call it I think is it aptitude or something?
Aptitude test,
aptitude test. The mama be attorney no, but there's one that I think they call it fitness evaluation.
Okay,
it's a character and fitness evaluation. Okay. And Ultra can bar examination no, and son what to me about be state attorney, baby, original state na original no, and yet the whole America. It's in so Uko Marylander. Yeah, state attorney. It doesn't mean say you can go and practice in Delaware. person called Delaware. I saw another lances for. And I say Obekwaku who colleague or Delaware. Now when your case you had on Wako Bono, what to make a law practice. And come on, me say so for spending 8 years. And again at the end of the year, never. Two examination room. And yet the same thing I'm here.
Yes.
It is a wabba. That's also be educated here. It the Harvard law no professors no buy no can dey. Explain we answer.
Say be any US DNA.
You see and the end of
UK Canada
explain UK explain UK DNA me okoye your masters wo. Catch UK DNA dey say.
Also, you do a common bar exams.
Thank you.
Into Mube,
propose UK DNA so kwa obey entrance na bi.
Not necessarily entrance. Not necessarily entrance.
No, but before, so free SS. And quantity say where accreditation say okay, you 4 years. Now you 4 years you are why move from
requirement.
Thank you. So whatever it is, that's what the process is about. It is a more proposal, the new solution. You make it as if say and add no rubber me honomo now 1 year. Now about Common Harris being, let me be say, my many buy no also or the economic plan abeto. I know Biden the pay.
No.
So any in your pen. Doesn't mean say enunti no can Biden a buy one.
No, a vice president.
So that is what it is.
Asempa
FM. What are they trying to say? Ora ba umia sabi also ye meet. Now say ne and a lawyer my new name. Or say my yanka so ye meet or any
or a spare driver.
Or a spare driver. The word mate we borrow from Ora John Mahama. In 6 months, July, was it July? Yes, July, June. Tom and the professor film was June, right?
July.
Yeah, in between that.
Yes. 2012.
2012. In June. The manifesto. The buyer or the back can say, or Baba be block or be ye way or be ye will be ye way beside us. Now then, what that time when the professor or now what animal we went to me. Okay, so again. Obi Okazoedi.
Or a driver's mate be as at the time.
Also,
a vice president.
Also, no, a mate. I'm a driver's mate. And then the language in Assistant. Uber graduate to be a president for 6 months. And then substantive president at the time of Ghana for 2 Abamao. You have all these brilliant ideas. Who went to me and yet? And then, Unia Kitua. Wakoya apprenticeship. I could do Ninia Peniachi, a share BB. Now all cultural say Obi, obey you see the word mechem, naminchum, and I may a fufro. What does it mean? A minute. And then Harris catch America for say child support, friends, income benefiter, or the Bema low income earners, or moving it to 3,600. ABC America though. Now then another time I know the Biden to what Asante said that Biden elusu. So the political party forced him to step down. I don't know country no nanka on first proposal into. But you know how many American middle class has embraced that language now. So you see, so you all turn candidate in here and twa. I don't know by non can Orajo Mahama wants him. He never referred to one project. One intervention. Our catcher said, let's go back. Near country who say, "Sa intervention way child support." What up? I see that word. Ebi I know nebi ni kroma. Na yan country say no right on Mahama de buy. And I say, yan find say school feeding. And now way yan right on Mahama as 2012 to 2016. Way any de buy. Near de buy you know. And no tin ye jidi se na ke be boa Ghana for 2 years. Orajo Muhammad, what is our refer to the record be Okroma? One intervention. Sending some more Kenya. Even 2020, a manifesto crown were 280% free. And what can be people for? Because Nana, you a quite for fraud. Or mine baby I could do. The now 2020 ought to mean Cambium. And now Omako Jokoya, only was about the catchers here. I mean, just saying what on until the money Yaman son what Tanasi. As some about the country on is unemployment. Alright, John Mahama time 8%. Obi, as Obi San is 8%, not a related to gain. I mean, any problem. So 8% no more fine, nipa do doahi. And then I can say whether it's 14% unemployment, I can say ya nipa 2.3 million or 2.1 million. Obi, on country so right John Mahama. Let me throw the message to him because on our campaign. Original in the platform, so no can say between 2016 as at Nami Ezitino. Now employment and Nami Diama Ghana for 800,000, 200,000, 100,000. On count one. Now you analyzing your baby. Mass employment in 8% because at the time I know this uncommon now population in this country was 25%. And then 33
million.
25 million, sorry. Near 25 million and then almost 33 million. And nothing amount 2.1, yeah, who say a number be and I'm a boy. It and no name come I was say you tear free papa no and your discotheque, I beg.
Mamin kwana min saimra ho so
yeah
minim area opese ode efa na fe minti ona bokodwe do asare
mamintia atie fone afefo onim se wafidie oman nyina 8 years
sure
until the eka nyina the mpenifo bisa and say Ekosiisen. Asempa FM so na den ewo. Wonu wapam for de adwuma moya ma o man de ditwam. Nkwansa for so tio. Na wa so buy so tio. Eda baby a. Mini e baby in the restaurant be wakoto. E beto ho de den.
Eda baby
a. But over nkwansa no va di ba ko pele ati. Se de mia Oze safone kurame nti me bie pon na me de MPP ni ndi se him parliamentary de matum safone gumbotom
ore ne won fama IGP
da mia fama IGP e mia botom nti ba bia obefa bia se ye nkola o se mpaniu ade asaba ko penalty on se eda ba bia oze na atwe wi so mpanifo koku da mienu be sra
yes
yera napo e ba ho
okay
obesra Yura Mampeni John Dramani Mahama.
Yeah, former President Mahama
Dada Subesrai. Na dia me den say ya how doors so pa ni say ye de titru pa ye de ye nine na ye ya ni ya kwan ina anye. Nti fortunately for us no Mampeni Mahama fa tanobo ase be fa be fi kranka bo na be si ye free. And or sign be tram for Busia, Ekosi Dromankese. Na Hokani na so enye kra. Ye Metropole Brempeso or cough Bobbin Fima, but your monkeys no.
Oh, okay.
Auntie, I'm sure only monkeys in the better infony cra. The one who's quite a de Cobebia, tourist site at this IO, a national heritage. Na ya to Janus, I Jema to Basasano. Na you saw the Nico, tis a man Yami Buana. M400 be okakoto to me ba me sure say this time round now say penifo do mani aba bi hu nkransa no yebenya yeso eche 5 oman mu obi menu penny chairman odeda no si no okoka unemployment ho asem no kwasem trodo say aban bie ne obeba wetima afani pa dodo pa mama nya adwuma ye dida bia adwuma sem hadwen de ntia ne say aban adwuma so yen say oyen hyehye papa bema ankorankora nyuma bitima den etumpon but I also some say aban bia ba obegu nyuma tani ya no from 1992 na yen de crowd yen a yebete ye no yebehu yebete say apino so the apino apiaminka ade Catalas
yes
Asempa FM
any others enye external shock bi ne gu adwuma no e ya ban sesaye e ne gu adwuma hwe contractors e organ se se ya todo na fani pa ma mu nya adwuma ye ti se contractors ho kire oma oman no so ho kire ompa aban bia ba na wa make announcement say obi anya adwuma bia wo ye bia na yenye audit mfie mienu because me mfie miensa na asama contractor number back obeba na sika na demand say 200 cities na 600 cities no man na copy sika den e de atua but that time so nkofo so nyuma den ego but sa ankrakra nyuma so antimi anya amma adwuma ntimi den emma but aban bia ba sana ye enye MPP nkwa na enye ndisi kwa omo nyina ba that's ahokyere den eba me ka sa aban ba ye na Yura Ibrahim Mahama na wayen ogusu a oyen hyehyeye se opeso to bauxite e wo man mu ye no ye ho na ye tan ye ho nti e be ye dide wo man mu na ko ba se o man pani bi ya sorry person de o man na japade de ma nyanko a I'm not sure say sabe lease a yeje e wo minerals commission through lands and natural resources no enduan semo e na mara kwan so e ne hyehyeye kwan so yan farmer no ye hu dede super branty kan de beka nyina ene bauxite ada so aka baby aka I'm not saying so be bone a ma yen kan wasem o topic out the mind na me hwe say ye ni on DC4 ablaka e kan be say on be investigate PDS ni
oral under oral promise
yes SML
operation recover all loot
yes the minimum say before abeka say obi aye I like the word investigation. But I thought that it been kasa mo kan to say that if say dipa na abokro no and I BBS and between SML and PDS and yet the same. Yes, a PDS Asempa, YNT committee via and I'm walking away. Maybe I'll say I PDS Asempa, the committee via by a film, I find this via Bakra, Ghana for say, you bet Jatum and I yen tum. Now, I did Bakwa, as I basis here, who said, Yenuanoma, Yamia Chom, a dream a mama cooks with Dretchy, a Munyansa, if he's some doing in the very one. A binum, including journalists in Minister Carbon said, Ghana for human quantum better of no muguno, for my professionals. To better be a scandal to Ghana Jumason. Ghana he be a Juma be a scandal also. It is a Nipan and to me and Yaku could drew. Now I'm fight here. Acha me nim the Equatorial here, be which maka. Me nim Ghana company, be 50 years, I can say 50-year company, a Ghanaian owned company. Egosu running.
No.
I a big company, a young for form. A beer, sorry, I'll pay you. Would see a year, within just 10-15 years. Now it's gone. O mine ankasama na ya say no ya gu no. But I will say is in other jurisdiction no and you maybe say I intend to one but they protect their own. Cause the economic crunch by Urako 4 times so who had America buying the companies you're Donald Trump me Asempa I love that man. Oba America who say inuma sama yedin o say yanu me more companies and am say tariff ahodo taxes ahodo amaso am companies agogu a man for cruise na mumra na internase me ma tax holidays obi anko for na dwuma mra ba the bar the guarantee is say onko for dwuma for den if be ma just say ikrom for America for be dwuma enuma pie bae na sika so den e banko for botom and record has shown say ne pen so na o man mu den e de until COVID. And if we run our country like yeah, because he was running America like business. And he will be running business now at open emphasis. But the man yourself gradually say your home gunko phone sometimes we have no evidence. Yeah, you need to say I can say. Omanhene Akufo-Addo by say or say you need be say okoye ni hwehwemu. Nhwehwemu okoye no wantimi amfa adansede bi ama. But there was noise about the company say almost a company aban tue ni sika bia eni kwan say oje enti yenye hwehwemu. Government agency bi anko hwehwemu mebo or my private entity ne ko hwehwemu. We are not the findings better about it. And we are not talking about the report. Yes, still yenya opportunity bia because of politics indeed. Ni eguni panema say. Report in by no already be. Why? And I can say, on my committed crime. Why in the report? And I KPMG can say, SML committed crime. And why in the report? And KPMG for can say, on my cause of financial loss to the state. Why in the report?
But sir, critics have said, report need raise some questions. Here further interrogation and investigation.
And on my day. Is there any financial loss? Or any crime that has been committed or what? I don't know. The investigation KPMG gave a thorough report about what terms of reference they even went beyond the terms of reference. That is seminar trouble. Yes, still because of politics in call elections. And once the BIA be some BIA a Ghanaian own company, and I am a bufu crackers and say, many of you as I always. What's your Kojuna first now? I think you said also
wood company,
yeah. Or your designs are do. I know or your restaurant. Anamboa. Does it mean so otherwise that you want to be in a restaurant? And you hear people saying that a timber merchant. I want to tell my friend against the Wawa man to once man. And I'll be a monty. Who names idea because we against the Wawa. Who corners and penny 40 and conquer New York a woman sua. Yami radio to Omunum sua. I see we against the Wawa. Timber merchant is sorry. There are also say, and the majority of them in our crown are collapsing. But if you Lebanese form by timber. Be made more than 50-60 years and beyond generations. We they are still working. I mean, because I'm a big company, the radio, so because I know, because I've worked there. But Juma Bia, or mine no bar, you must affect Ghana for Aban hye ne aban nyoma ne nipa wo man no etu sa wo Ghana for so. Menti se etu sa wo foreign companies so da. Menti bi da. Also na say lithium Asempa. I heard Ghanaians penifo a chochoduro amonim nyansa chen me amtie. Omni wonim de. Oh, that is the best deal ever. The whole world could be see that. Cause yenya 85%. And Ghana yenya 15%. And a company yenya 85%. Because you see you need equipment you bet me there. In fact say Ibrahim Mahama o ya 90% na Ghana yenya 10% because aka faso no enter Ghana.
Ebeka Ghana.
Ko be coin. En ko for number na we Ghana for. Are they Ghanaians? We are happy. Say, yes, we call history, man. The best ever deal. Yenye bi Ghana. That 15% for ya the end and then 85% because omudo musike ba be shim. Me no mo ya adwen. So obi enu person oya adwuma boka. Anambwa. Enti say onu so oya Ghana ni na what capacity to do it at the time. Yeah, man, the man here. Near catching also for 85%. Now you Ghana for 15%. And on the Canada, that crew. But politics in tea. Somebody can't crew in the answer. And then Tina, a Juma some year can. Let us blame ourselves. MPP and NDC. Depending on whichever party is in government. Then a Zoom lion, on the crowd to say on the Agra day enough for the Muko. Are there chances be a it is Zoom lion here, Zoom lion there. But we should be happy. So at least we have a company what will go beyond Ghana. Man for cruise for any opportunity. And I'm sure say baby you may be a Ghana through that you be so. I am not saying that will be committed crime.
I'm running
in it because I didn't think I'm riding. But say a shut down. Deliberate. Sir, you be go obi adwuma. Now because the company was formed under a certain regime, where adwuma na ba be a wing of a political party, very painful. Very painful. Sir, nipa na obi e adwuma no under NDC nti. Nipa na ba be sometimes we hear these things, but they be na nyana correct. Omo say yes we NDC contractors. They say NDC contractors. You were MPP contractors. I didn't say bansa. And a bit a contractor. I'm telling you for the past 6-7 years, because I didn't see the true bika. That why say see you shame kura hu nipa no baby you free ban say the otie and say betuanika kura ye tuanika. Is it not a Ghanaian? And many NDC for including Ablakwa and Nkofo. I understand crime has no expiry date. But see my mind demonizing Nkofo. When you come into office, God willing, say nyame yoma do no mba office. Now be hwehwe mu wie. Na say entisa de mo kan na. Ade be see. Most of the times in this country, a newspaper reportage about you are enye papa. Ochu o madwin si so mo ya, omo front page na mo de akọ middle page. Omo akoma portion kitwe bi no de share obi kwa du ha na watwam ko. But now I say we image. What say the company's image. I am saying that God will judge us. The idea any pedria na so the can the and if we love our country,
Asempa
go share baby any be free ya be boa na e che say any papa akopɛ but enchichemu na dey abaye mu wo ye nti ase ne ye nsusu ye dey emu. We should not do what we are doing, but young infantry team say we will protect Ghanaian companies. So your company will be
Panda Cuisine.
Dini na anya Ghana dinti e sheda na me ka me de maka.
Aboa bi di.
Panda ya aboa.
Minim sa.
Panda Cuisine.
Aboa no brofu di na friend panda na.
Na me tro ye de kro yi wa nbi team. Auntie enka ye say identify who you with. Ya ye dey. So dey say.
Say any local
Chinese India.
Chinese.
But onipa yamu.
Onipa yamu restaurant.
Onipa yamu restaurant. So dey say. No can say. Me do kono gona me hu. So ba bi no wa twa Akrantie besa. Na me me e chi no. I say
other forestry for go check.
Akrantie besa. Actually why you to kum canteen. Look, say yenya even your restaurants say
yes.
The hotels say
yes.
Aban bia ba your hotel a pija. You know why? Because yenya
conference be any idea the coho.
Na ya yim ya sem near the coho. Now imagine says yes several dwumadi bi ase edi ba 10,000. Ni ye chiche ne am kojo be 500. So also for webra, we for webra. Web transfer. You be amfie nan amfie nwotwe aban be kɔ ne wie.
Na wealth has spread.
Na wealth has spread. Na enyuma so dey aba. Enti me sɛ meka. We are building Ghana. And Ghana is building individuals be.
Okay.
But you do achi no mu nnuma. Because 2 million people akɔpɛ. But now they multimedia buy since 99. Me what?
95.
And it's so mu kakra. And then the radio station now count the number of people we are adwuma are buying the bedding so. And then the effect from yirenom ne momano ne mabusuafo ne. It is only the private sector in the betimi aboa magana. Yen shisha yen ne ya hoto ne ya yen ganse obrai pese esoti no ebetimi aso ati ngoma entwe kwan ya fa so a ye kasafa oman enwuma ewo mu so
medase honorable mayentie we
it feels good to be back.
The season is here.
Yeah. To it me madofwa omo express omo joy to have me back. Me ade nyina me damase.
Samuel Brian bo aben say ochel.
I am so overwhelmed by the show of love, and I mean even my brother Seth, regional minister, Honorable Seth Champon, coming by say like what's my voice, and then he chose to drive by. We were very, very good friends in Parliament, even though we were on the opposite side.
Sure.
We were close, and I just didn't want to mention names, as I said earlier. But he's been one of my pillars and so on. Kojo is also another. We've gone beyond politics. Politics is the topic. We'll do justice to it. Topic now will be Kofabano, and no na yedi hunkomo. So me family topic imba o ni ha obi di beto mani no na mahwemu na medwudwam from my perspective of the issues. Timisremo munya butena muntie me ni amope no momfa ni ano ye hye too much nso no na there be mamunja like find a way to accommodate it. Because me started radio because started Oman FM.
Okay.
And you can imagine Satana NDC are mafiat. Say no NDC
reps to go
on their show.
Okay.
It's now that time Baba Jamal and a Deputy General Secretary. I know the man sa fiat no. And I'm afraid I'm say Baba, we name. The beer station no one. I want medium. I also microphone no party ho. This benya a year. That is the part but say me call bomb me game wo. It be sra we dey mami exemption. Na me fan ko ye be djuma ho. And also wati. Timinko. That is how I ended up there. And it was the starting point. Na fina me free ho na me nim ni porte me nka na Ekosiisen Pyramid House almost so enemy be kan 17 me started wo kakra and ukotra na sometimes ye trap ball pa na say o party a we yam shishio, but you must sit down and take it in. So kakra na the movie be start share
left and right.
Kwesi Pratt ne first time I share Kwekubaku our news file. I was just say let me say but I am the only NDC person I was on news file 6 weeks back to back. Since that time, who will be our bad news file? I thought it was so 6 weeks. Said them was the
Yes,
Sedemofori. Yeah, he was
the
producer. 6 weeks back to back. Because I endeared myself to the issues and dealt myself very well on the platform. So, kakran, to put the points, nia obetimi also nya opportunity na also we deliver their family at the end. Very soon I'm for better was here. And one thing with me, I believe in objectivity from my personal point of view. Me share NDC, me share MPP, and then I also miss my position sometimes about some of the issues. If you have to toe the party line, and not a whip, So, but where there's that opportunity to also share our dream. Sometimes you try to place the issues in a certain perspective. And one dream only party the no but party to you be balancing now. And I believe say we are always winning new people. What I say as one more hitting hard Asempa FM. They excite the ground. Sure. And the grassroots. Sure. But some of us too, there are certain people. And they panel in a certain way, mild form. To say banner yam punching to say ubia pesa ye punching na. They should also know that there are others who don't like the fiery aspect of the communication. Let's have that balance. On that note, I feel said. First, I may take here. This I'm not on press issue. He's a young man, and Parliament he answered no. Bibia ye can on the floor
It's captured.
Yeah, and now I can say, yeah, to me kasani abo JH Mensa BD. Yeah, boss my CBD 1996 Parliament. This that okay say. So, sometimes they must be mindful of some of the things they say. It is for the progress of the country. Yes, this period. This NDC in a buy or like Kondoni Galamsey. Na ufu yaba fofu say nye yabo hu de ro ya what na omo yi omo sia 8 years time. How does NDC come into the picture to the extent say obe person would the whatever is happening now would they compare 8 years ago? Not just what has been your input and what has been the difference when you bibia amfa and your comparison bibia positive you can't out we can say oh pra at least your timia improve na ma se aye we kakra and say densu you can't do it all in that 8 period but at least 2 or 3 be there why here ama the Niatiama, that means there's evidence in all the operations, so all the galam stop, this galam stand, galam sleep, whatever. This is what we've been able to get out of. There is no such evidence. So it begs the question, say, as a member of parliament, we're given that opportunity. Master, can be a talk amount for them because you are still going to bid for their votes in the next 3 months. It's the same way. Why pan say if it's not an already MPP established member, how is such a statement going to convince? Obi a on voting my MPP da. Say after 8 years of being in friends power, the best you can say is oh and say mo cry mo mo say so change. I believe in young people getting
opportunity
to lead. Maybe one on the position as a
majority chief whip.
Exactly, or your penny power of parliament. So you should try not to let partisan politics always lead the way. So that maybe me crank another opportunity to be in our parliament, he should retract that statement. Now, I mean, expunge it, or it goes to nullify whatever he has said, because it's not a good thing to hang on him. Because as now, all this while, besides not done prayer, even as chief whip, he's been positive. This is the worst I have ever heard from him, and he's going to hang on him because then this is for so you can imagine. I want it cool. A black white issue now raise about this SML, PDS, and all of that. I believe, sir, as a country, accountability should be a EBS saying, embracing. NPP buy a whole lot of transactions, several hundreds or thousands of it, and then STL, any PDS, a few when I have body. I am confessor bidona transactions so my do running na and because say you do something about them. Now ya picky e binum if say bibi wo ho a amanfo ehu a omofu say e touchima
SML
o se ase intino yanka say kochi
STX na
STL so
oh okay
STL omo na omo ye election
the Israeli company
and sana STF Korean housing way and so away SML
the SML issue no yanka say ye kochi obi ato yanka say obi aye boni ye kan ne say ye ba nyema bia ya tete di ne ye hwe no eni yetimu entene ye pepese ye behwehwem ye wo state institutions ye dis adwuma be ma ye terms of reference now cut terms of reference one say obia wo kwan utumi dispute the terms of reference to arrive at a certain conclusion. What is it? It is me person me be see wo so Met me a channel terms of reference no such a way by the time e be weird. Na ma pack ojo ho abi see so. O te ma say aha. Ni nyina wo nipa adwene mu. So say the same ejuma no ma obi fofra. And also the terms of reference obey use no, it will bring a certain other perspective. It be a first one no and capture. For me, it's only proper. Say time ne bar. Let's all watch how things will pan out before we draw conclusions. Because you see, Omanhene in the last 8 years, truth be told, of course, not because policies are a lot of them didn't work. One village, one dam, policy oh, well, Juma, Masa, feel no qua. Dry bones. Fili. So the statistics amount. But when you go there, it's not there. Truth. Now, they have even stopped talking about it. Vice President, the flag bearer. How many times now I will say one fro platform, a camp, one village, one dam, one him. He has jumped from it. One district, one factory, the same. So, the battle of superlatives. We are the best. We have done it better than we are the only first to do this. And one idea campaign, no. If you push for specifics, you don't get answers. Then we saw the vice president at the meet the press. Questions are demand. He dodged 2/3 of the questions.
Hey.
2/3. Now say a analysis. 2/3 of the questions. Ostatiana, the digitization, digitization, no will solve this and it will solve that and it will pass here and to pass here. No accountability. No accountability that we've done this. From this point we picked it up to this point in the war. Say naka. Timisumi ba na niaka no. Ma betwaso du bebia. We this past 8 years, you can't say that is what we do with our budgets. You do the previous year, a friend saying you capture the previous year's activity, you report on it, kakra to a point, and then that becomes the pedestal on which we'll be launching that new year, a budget. And there must be a certain dovetailing effect. Nema will carry forward. There is no accountability. Bad matters of corruption. These issues have been serious on Ghanaian media, in the Ghanaian media space. The vice president and the flag bearer of the NPP decided say, until now I'm sitting here. I mean, not doing a fact or in matters of is it trying to cover up?
Is it that the OT for media and counter and in the manifesto?
The manifesto as of now, they don't even have, most of them are metiomo. They don't even sample their own manifesto.
Oh wow.
Oh yes. That's how we feel radio, TV, we hear they hardly sample their own, like going line by line, like the NDC is doing. The thematic FN saying, a bridge version, you have summarized the major issues, a war manifesto. They are not talking about anything, and it's about John Mahama, Nitiacha, and Abdul Mahama Rinsa, and all you say, I mean, come on, how do you wage such a friend say campaign and expect serious people will take you seriously? Do you understand? We will all veer into a certain arena and your politics no. Do you understand? It for my senior brother, Atachia of all people. To
attach the MPP for attaching one more BAD.
No, what I can't I am boo BAD now more far more. And also the
so Baulaya idea almost say about me a direct na more attacking.
And your Baulaya 7
okay.
You can't see a cat Timothy, Nini, you can't win Timothy. Oh, Timothy.
I don't be Angie Timothy 5. It's Timothy na white brand. WWE white brand.
And Bartholomew. Only Bartholomew. Odi communion thank di. That's the communion there. Or no akudi friend mass and sorry. Mosque.
And I saw on Jim 5.
What's it?
On Jim 5.
Tiatono Bartholomew.
And I'm making. Say okay, and be defensive about it.
No, but
it's the question that the lawyer
is area, like I said, today is my first day. I don't want to get into that aspect of it. Inti no mesre ye labi adjubro. Unye bonia obi ye say abrewa abrewa tise bibia dompe ho asemo na nti udim say unye hwi na hu son a when this issue about Brazil 2014 by Miss Dana me mami wu your first ever meeting, family meeting, a transfer ya ba beboja. When him said the first issue that came up to be discussed Brazil. Unia ide enyina ya titin sempi won framam na o say yenya ntimi mbise mu na wa kyerɛkyerɛ mu because amanfo so bebre nim say ye busuafo nti say what can say na sometimes ya so ye hu ni ayenka nti say sesi apa ye fia na ye kona obi ko bisa ye say
yenka
yenka. So, okay. And that was the first topic they chose. Omanhene no mislead us crowd. Number one. You know as I make at me say me equipping. My father was a soldier and a Presbyterian. Who combine these three we are. There's a character that you will run through you. Apart from that, nanka. Amo bisa say my girlfriends ye say anka meet me anka say o enye baako. Because I heard me at that time Asempa make 2014 me diffo pa. Nemum ebano. Anything that has to do with chrono, they should go and sleep. Because I was brought up well. Yeah, my humre, meaning the way of politics at some cop. And now I'm two ways. They say whatever is in the womb of time.
Vindication is in the womb of time.
It you know before say no matter what, the beer the better also. Mahu kwai say obi so hwehwe mu a give them time. No more because it may even be at your own your friend is saying positive for in your own cap. It more bien true. We are not going to hunt people wrongly. Ye be hwem baby say dey near matter. We will put it there. Ye can say corporate bia e brabeche de ye mfa ho nchew. Ano de ki yemfa wo nchew say wo amra no so mu dia we are not going to be and the cases are many but as I said no ye be fa enim akese na e betima ma retrieve huge sums of course we need money as a country ya ho kire yen and we need to plug some holes in our economy. It is as Kadibi share amanfo ho a
mo beje
say ye gi na de be bo oman no ho ban na ye man no pe baby papa into my papa being fra. That is what I believe we should all be ready to do, because MPP at this stage they don't want to be accountable for anything, not even for the of the economy, the collapse of the economy. They believe say Russia for war, Ukraine war, and I am blaming for we didn't have leaders. Were we on autopilot?
Kojedu Asare, 6 months after his absence, he returns and we're a friendly fire. Where do you want to start? I feel all warming up.
We're the warming up. We're bench training.
From next week, Ujanebe starting to we're a friendly fire. Bamedam was say
1 second.
One
second. When you say Auditor General report, over I think the first 3 pages are who companies are. I Auditor General report, Auditor General, a contractuum.
Yeah.
emomoye auditing
sure.
the manifest.
Sure.
And so sometimes I find it difficult to understand why say a buying contract other firm,
private
firm to do a job, then people feel say and then the be a cost. But what is the general report here? Yeah, discuss it. Don't we discuss them?
Yeah.
And so a private entities, companies are hodwa.
It be a
jumani be. No, he can't see any of the Sam and the bonnet. Yeah, you do man. Because you're so that I'm understanding too much.
My so many mouth.
Sorry. Minutes after
1 minute. You see, your friend say, Nia can say, Nia who can, Asempa,
of course.
But I'm also saying, say, there are perspectives, and you can say,
TOR, so terms of reference.
Terms of reference. Yeah. The person will take that part and say, not terms of reference. Now, my mouse scope will be say, share. Won't correct.
And you what create two terms of reference. Said your cars about to
Chairman Kujo soft hotel so on Abu Kojo Asare.